Hello, happy Friday. I hope you had a good day yesterday and the day before and the day before and all the other days. We're gonna play some Final Fantasy today if the download would finally finish. I thought, I turned on the PlayStation. I thought it would download till the end. It did not. It did not do that, and I'm annoyed. But I'm just gonna let it go, because otherwise it's gonna redo it again and again. Every single time, because I keep forgetting either way. Hey David, thank you for the lurk. Goody. So we've got 9 minutes to kill, and I'm not good with that. I do not like waiting. I do not like whatever, but it's what it is. It's just it is suffering. It is suffering. Anyway, yeah, we started a bit late. Or I started a bit late, rather. I know it is a me effort that stopped. I actually wanted to help my neighbor with some crafty stuff that her daughter got at 11 p.m. a.m. But I've kind of forgot, even though I remembered yesterday. So I was so freaking ashamed. I just thought, oh knows, I should have written it down. If you don't write it down, it's gonna get forgotten. That's unfortunately how that works. Even though I don't want it to work that way. But in the end, it worked out. We did the thing. I was just a bit late. I still needed to eat the lunch and stuff. Also, I cleaned a whole bunch of my tabs. Dude, I'm down to, how many windows is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 browser windows compared to whatever I had before, 15 or something. So, wow. Also, I closed some of those tabs, okay? I did not just group them. I actually closed some of those. So, hallelujah as well. A lot of them are just YouTube videos, apparently, that I did not get around to watch. Why is it stuck at 9 minutes? It's not moving. I've been talking for more than a minute. It should be... Oh! Wow! What? How? What was that? Notice that I was talking shit about it. Jojo, don't cry. Come here. Come here, baby. Okay, now it doesn't even know anymore. Great. What is going on? Excuse me. Error. System error. Why? Can't install. View error. Restart your router. Are you bullshitting me? Also, why does Ghost of Tsushima have an error? Oh, I don't have any space. Cool. Oh, dear Lord. Why do I have this installed? Do I need this? Holy mother! 146 gigabytes! Whoa! Dude. You can reinstall this, pre-install. Okay, okay. Added to download. I don't want downloads. Dude, stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop. I am struggling. No, you're not supposed to queue this. Stop it. Stop it. Pause, pause. Dude, do I even have an internet connection? Don't off me. Come here. 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 Joy. Stop side-eyeing me. Come here. Come here. Prima. This little poopy. This little poopy bird. Oh my god. Okay. Let me. Can't install this update. Bitch! Why were you trying to update a thing if you don't have an internet connection properly? What was the freaking point? Oh dear lord. Oh my god. Okay, wait a second. I am dying of this. I know that I'm not dying, obviously. This is freaking over the top. Ugh. Exaggerations. Yay, yay, yay. Okay. 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 Well, give me a moment. Gonna have puppy cam while I do the downloads. It is ugly. I'm not happy with this. Joy, don't move. There. While I do the thing. I need internet on the PlayStation. Why is it not set? Network. It's connected. Test internet connection. Testing, testing, testing. Successful, successful. Failed sign in. Why? Do I have to input my password? Is that the thing? Visit PlayStation.com connection to improve your online experience. I do not want to improve my online experience. I want to have one. Sign in. It's the wrong password. Blem. Okay. Update the system software to use network features. Well, I tried that. The problem is what? We'll start, check the update details, scan the QR code. Scan the QR code. Hello, scanned. Scan the QR code. DNS server not suggested. La 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 la. Log in automatically. Yes, there's nobody here who linked services, privacy, family, account. You're not signed in. Sign me in, please. Sign me in. Sign me in. Sign me in, please, right now. We've improved the process of transferring data from another PS5. Who cares? Update the system to use that. I'm trying to do that. But I need the freaking... Oh my god. Okay, no, wait. That's an American comma. Not a 1,000 sign. Okay. Dude, I thought it was 1 terabyte. The freaking thing. Wait. There. I thought it said 1,320 gigabytes, but that's a comma, right? Is it the English version? English comma? Or is it actually a terabyte? Because that should not be. I'm very confused. I'm not used to seeing 3 after comma signs, Nachkommastellen in gigabyte. But there is a dot comma, so that should be a comma. Are you kidding me? Dude, can I? Oh my god, never mind. I can't even cancel it anymore. I cannot cancel it anymore. I'm stuck now. Can we? Okay. Edit to download uploads. Okay, cool. Do that thing. Am I logged in now, though? I think I'm still not logged in. Can I even log in without updating? Is that even possible? Ow, crampy. Cannot do this at the same time. Wait a second. There, puppy cam. Hey there, Carlos. I'm struggling so much. Bitch. How you doing? Happy thing. Update later. Update later. Just sign me in. Okay, I really can't. Okay, are you kidding me? This is so weird. This is... So I'm getting... Okay, I have no idea anymore. I have literally no idea. Why is this... Oh my god, please go away. Stop. 8 minutes left. You're kidding me. You're absolutely lying to me. You're being a butt ass. Holy mother. Also, look at my beautiful mug. I broke it. Aperture Science mug. Where's the Aperture Science? There is the Aperture Science. I broke it. It fell down and then it lost its ear. No, I did not break it out of anger. I do not have anger management issues. I do, but I also don't. I don't break stuff. I just scream. No, it fell down. And it bonked on the floor with Henke. Whatever it's called. Okay, I'm not sure if it's lying again to me. If it's lying to me again. I mean, if I can't sign in, then it doesn't matter that I'm not updating it. Marzipan! Well, let's say I'm having a day. A day. Not particularly good dish, but also not bad, I would say. Kind of peculiar. It's not a bad day, at least, yeah. It's the small things, you know? The small things that drive me mad. Hee! Okay. I need a map. That is activated, right? Wait. Is that activated? I can fast travel to it, so I assume yes. What are the small things that drive me mad? Well, this thing drives me mad. The freaking PlayStation just being weird about updates. Sony. Oh my god, bird. There's a human. There's a human. There's no human. This is an unreachable place. And this bird is pooping air. It's farting so bad that it's flying. For me, it's when it's a green light for me to walk in traffic, but the driver ignores that and almost drives me over. Well, that is also sucky. Yeah, that is truly sucky, but that's not just, you know, mildly infuriating. That's actually dangerous. You know? That's a different level of driving mad. Driven mad. It's driving mad. Yay! 3-star hotel. Bam. Okay. How do I get there? Bird. Oops. No, get off the bird. Get off the bird. I'm so sleepy. I saw you online, so I joined it. Yay. Did you sleep? Not at all? Did not good. Or did you just wake up? Woo! Oh, then you told me about the sleep. I was trying to figure out who talked about sleeping yesterday. I saw that on Discord. Oops. Okay, how do I get up there? Choco grass! Or maybe I have to go through here? No. Oh, wait. There. Oh. The frying mantis! Wait a second. I need to do a sound thing. There. I was thinking you were thinking of somebody else since I didn't have insomnia. Well, I wasn't particularly talking about insomnia, but rather the 3 a.m. thing. And I mean, if you have you know, you said you're struggling to fall asleep, right? Or also staying asleep or not sleeping enough or whatnot. That is insomnia. I mean, what did you... Okay, other question. What do you think insomnia is? Yay! I think insomnia is when a person stays awake and only sleeps a little bit from time to time. So basically, power napping? Oh, okay. I mean, no, we do function. No, so insomnia is mostly, you know, you're trying to fall asleep and you're trying to lay down at night. You're trying to fall asleep. You can't fall asleep. It's just a lot of twisting, turning. You can't fall asleep. You're staying awake, and then at some point you might fall asleep, and then also wake up in the middle of the night, cannot fall asleep again. Or, you know, you do wake up, but early on and whatnot, and or, you know, I don't know if prolonged. I think it's just the not falling asleep part thing. Yeah, I mean, it comes and goes. You know, I have very few phases where I actually do quickly fall asleep, but that is special cases. Currently, I cannot fall asleep before 3 a.m. almost. It's just kind of, my brain is just, okay, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta do stop. Also, if I do try to just lay down and do nothing to fall asleep, you know, all the regular tips of, you know, don't use your phone, don't do this, don't do that, stay in a dark room and don't have any lights on for an hour before sleeping or whatever. I just twist and turn for hours until I'm so annoyed that I am close to tears because, god damn it, I can't fall asleep. Dude, that's not even all of them. Look up sleep hygiene. It's basically, you know, your body. Let's snooze that ad. Your body creates or produces melatonin, as far as I know. Or the thing that, yeah, I think so. I think that was it. And that's why you get those in tablet form as well. If your body doesn't produce it properly, then that's kind of a supplement for that. Again, I'm not a professional. I'm just, you know, don't know if that's all correct. Look it up. You take so your body produces them if it's dark. That's why in dark places, like the northern hemisphere, or the northern parts of Europe, for example, or Canada, or whatever, where it's really dark in the winter, it's very difficult to get awake really, because it's constantly dark, or darker, grayer, and everything. That's what causes those seasonal depression as well. It's just kind of your body is not really getting the sun that is needed for other functions in your body. And the same way, if it's summer and it's constantly bright and whatnot, and it's 11 o'clock and the sun is still not down, you have a harder time falling asleep, because your body doesn't yet produce the sleep hormones that put you to sleep. And it's ready to install. Well, hallelujah for that. Thank you very much, PlayStation. And so if you keep the lights on all the time, like for example, the streaming lights are probably not so good for my sleepiness. Even though I'm sleepy. My brain can't shut off. So it's a different thing. I don't have issues feeling sleepy. I have issues falling asleep. Anyway, lights, sun and lots of lighting does keep you awake. So your body doesn't get the signal, oh, it's night, you have to produce the sleepy hormone. And that's why it's advised to go through why there's the blue light filter that you can turn on a phone. I would advise that. For one, honestly, constantly I have that on. And also, it's advised not to have any lighting really before sleep for at least half an hour or an hour or whatever. Yeah, that's also very good. I also have that on. It's also better for the eyes, honestly. But yeah, those are some tips. The lighting. Also, obviously, don't drink any caffeine before sleep, whatnot. If you've got ADHD, likelihood is that stimulants actually get you to be sleepy. So that might put you to sleep more, but it also causes your sleep not to be as restful. So it's kind of a kicking yourself while actually helping yourself kind of situation. Yeah, there is a lot of things, but oftentimes they with ADHD, they don't work exactly the same way. So it's a bit of a trial and error thing. If you want to look up all the things, look up sleep hygiene as in cleaning thing, so body clean thing. Also, what is it called? I forgot what I was. Also, eating before sleeping is kind of not too good. And there was one thing. Some say exercise before sleeping is helping. Others say exercise is not good before sleeping because it pumps you up too much. So that's a thing you have to figure out. Yeah. Also, if everything is kind of difficult, you can also try. What is it called? Some relaxation practices, like really stressing, putting a lot of pressure on your muscles or whatever, and then relaxing. I forgot what it's called. You just kind of put everything under thing pressure, and then release all the muscles, so it's really relaxed, so the whole body relaxes. That is one other tip that I got. Flexing. No, you. I guess flexing fits. Flexing your body muscles. Entspannungsübung. Okay, let's try, because I can't deal with not knowing what it is. Progressive muscle relaxation. That is literal translation. I'm not sure if that's it. PMR. There's also atomic. No, that might be the wrong word. Anyway, what did I say? PMR, progressive muscular relaxation. Yeah, exactly. I just don't know the words for it, so maybe that helps. Super intense and then relax. Yeah. Because if you first stress them, then relax them, they're more relaxed than normally relaxed. Or something. Edtan. I could really use some hand thingy here. Oh shit. Oh no. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Oh, I'm too fast. Okay. I'm so sleepy I could sleep for 24 hours. Oh, nurse. Oh, nurse. Don't do it. It does not feel good. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Holy crap! Oh my god! Oh my god! I did it! Odin! Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. I suck so badly at rhythm games. Oh my god.
解析成功です。クリスタルから召喚獣のデータを抽出しました。これで召喚マテリアを強化することができます。
I had a hard time sleeping. I slept for 4 hours. Then I was awake for 3. Okay. Why were you awake for 3? What did you do in those 3 hours? Oh dear. Oh. Moonstone. Bird. Bird, bird. Yay! Okay. Good, got that. Let's try for that. What am I even doing with the choco grass, honestly? I don't entirely know. I was having a hard time sleeping. It was weird. I was thinking about everything. Was thinking, Tini is such a wonderful person. No. That's sweet. And then I was wondering for a while if we who are here in your chat, if we are your fans or if we are your friends or your acquaintances. I was thinking how glad I am to be here. I don't really know how to classify that either, honestly. I find the word fan a bit odd, honestly. Friends, I'm having oh shitty doodle. I'm having struggles to call anybody really friend, so I'm it's not like that is easy for me anyway. You know. Acquaintance sounds kind of cold too, so I don't know if that fits anything. It does not help, I think. You know, if I'd have to call it something, I would say something like pal or mate, kind of a friendly basis of people with similar interests. Other people would call that a friend, probably. I don't know. Thinking streaming too, but then I was like, nah, maybe I can play music. Hey, Juan, how are you doing? Music with guitar and sing karaoke or not. I'm not sure if you should do that in the middle of the night, honestly. But, you know. Where's the mist? Mist, there you go. Holy mother! It's a bug! Holy mother! Blip, blip, blip. I forgot the controls! No, 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 stop!
手を貸せ作戦を変える任せるねざ参るまだだはっシュシュシュよっこの程度よっしゃよっかも
Why? Use a freaking potion, Cloud. Eep. Jaw. Oh, I can break its jaw. Leave me alone. Ready to install? No, I don't want to summon. I wanna pray. Let's pray. Oh shit, shit. Oopsie doopsie. Ayo. Hey, okay. I did not expect it to whack me with its tail. Okay. I was pondering for a while, and it is not often people are open and vulnerable. It makes one's feeling available for the public to see and people to talk about in chat. Yeah, I think I'm just, you know, past the point where I care what people think about me. I mean, I don't talk about very private things, but other private things I'm just kind of meh, you know. I'm glad that it helps people. And I mean, also, if you for example go to group therapy at some point in time, maybe, I don't know, it's the same thing there. You're not friends with the therapist, you're not friends with the people who are there, you're just kind of struggling together. You're sharing something that is very difficult to deal with, and you have these people that have common interests, but also common struggles, you know, which sometimes works out better than actually talking to friends. You know, also friends feel a bit burdened at some point if they're constantly used as a therapist. You know, you can't constantly use your friends as an outlet for all of your trauma. That will burn them out. That's why it's important to go to therapy, because you know, you don't want to hurt your relationship with them either. It's good to be open. You know, that's not what I'm saying. It's just, you know, they are not equipped to handle the amount of trauma like a therapist would be. You know. And down we go. I guess I can fast travel up here. Wait. Where? What is this? Chadley. Oh, right, I went there before. Let's fast travel here. It's also weird that we are the ones that can see you on this relation, but you cannot see us. Yeah, I think that is also what keeps it from being any friendly thing, because it's fairly one-sided in a way, you know. That's why it's kind of these parasocial relationships happen, because it feels like, you know, I'm inviting you into my life, which I am to some degree, but obviously I'm not completely everything open. I mean, I do keep my family kind of private and whatever other things. Can't think of anything right now. I mean, if I have, for example, if I have a relationship, I would not be talking about relationship troubles, because that's my business, you know. Afterwards, you know, if shit had hit the fan, then I'm kind of, yeah, okay, no shit, I'm gonna talk about that. But you know, during a relationship, that has nothing. It's nothing that other people should be thinking about or talking about or whatever, you know. It's green. How did he call him?
ゴールドソーサーでレースに挑戦してたんだけど、ちょっとスランプみたいで、チョコボ修行に来たんだ。
修行？ここで？
ここで？
知らないの？ここはチョコボ界で知らない者はいない伝説の人物。
チョコボセージ。
チョコボ仙人の家だよ。
仙人。I want that robe. I want that robe, please. Oh my god.
大丈夫ですか、仙人？
It looks like a bathrobe, but also adorable.
こんな偏僻なところにやってくる物好きは誰かいの？
彼はクラウド、グリーン牧場の騎手をしてもらってます。
おならちょうどええ。お前さんも手伝っていけ。
今度ゴールドカップっていう特別なチョコボレースがあって、
Oh no.
それに出場するために仙人からチョコボ育成の極意を教えてもらってるんだ。ほら。
I don't want to race.
騙されてるんじゃないの？
Choco
修
Dunk.
行とか言いながら身の回りの世話を押し付けるつもりだよ。ねえ、どう思う？
She's not wrong. That is pretty weird.
だよね。あんたやめた方がいいよ。
確かに毎日掃除ばかりだけど。
何をこそこそと話しちょる。すっかり手が止まっとるの。
すいません。
さて、お前さんにはわしのチョコボを迎えに行ってもらおうかの。遊びに行ったまま帰ってこんのじゃ。
なぜ俺が？
名前はシレナ。波の上をかけ水を操る海チョコボじゃ。
Wait, I already have her. Already have.
だからな。せいぜいご機嫌を取るこっちゃ。
クラウド、ごめん。僕のためだと思って力を貸して。クラウドにとっては簡単なことだよね。
海チョコボならもう捕まえた。
Bird that runs on water.
お前さん、こいつを連れ帰るとはなかなか見
There she is.
ひょっとすると、あれじゃ。なんだ。あいつらの名前が出てこんわい。悔しい。
He's like me. Yay. It's gonna bother me so much.
思い出した。サムとリングリン。わしの最高の
Sam and Ringo.
クラウドよ。お前さんは二人と肩を並べるほどの逸材かもしれんぞ。
But he's
仙人、教えてください。そのサムのこと教えてください。
is that his father? Whiplash.
仙人の弟子だったサムはミッドガルのチョコボサムですよね。
そのはずだが、それがどうした？
リングリンは僕の父です。僕はリングリンの息子なんです。
Ring green.
おー
Oh, okay. Then who is
サム
Sam?
とリングリンはチョコボ愛と情熱にあふれる素晴らしい青年たちじゃったの。毎日熱心に勉強しておったわい。
そんなはずはありません。父さんと母さんはサムにはめられて死んだんだ。
Oh.
好きにされて借金を背負わされて、それで
信じられんの。サムはサムでもサム違いということはないのかの。
Your sums Mr.
チ
mixed
ョコボ
up.
業界にサムは一人です。だから僕はゴールドカップに出てサムのチョコボをコテンパンに
Humiliate
打ち負かして
him?
父さ
Why?
んと母さんの敵を取らなきゃダメなんだ。絶対に。
まあそれはそれとしてじゃな。
Eh,
仙人
he's a dick.
チョコボのことを学びに来たのではなかったのかの。
Hmm.
クラウド、シレナに乗って海や湖の上にふわふわ浮かんどる
I've got
チョコ
choco
ボ
grass.
草を取ってきてくれんかの。
How
この
much?
じじいまたこき使おうとしてる。
Don't die, please, old guy.
チョコボ草は万能薬。
Go, go, go,
わしの
go.
仕掛けた体も元気になろう。気分も良くなって昔話も気持ちよくできるというもの。
ああ、完全に騙しに来てる。
たとえそうでもクラウドお願い。どうしても父さんのことが知りたいんだ。
わかった。
チョコボ草、またの名を浮遊草。その名の通り空中に浮かんでいる不思議な草じゃが、海チョコボの力を使えばスイスイのスイよ。
Yeah, yeah, I've got some.
30は欲しいの。
30.
急げよクラウド。わしの残り時間は少ないぞ。
You don't want my death on your hands. What? Dude. Okay, how many do I have? Getting all the quests now. 18. Wow. Wow, great. Okay. Let me read the chat. Sorry, but I can't read subtitles and thing at the same time. So it was like wait. So it was like friends, acquaintance, fans. If she had 3,000 viewers, would we then be friends? Do I? At what point is it fan as well? I mean, I don't know. Do I want to be a fan? Isn't it weird to be a fan? Isn't dude? You just went down the word definition rabbit hole. Isn't it weird to be a fan? It's fans only for celebrities. Yeah, it kind of, yeah. The end, after many questions with no answers, I managed to fall asleep. It's like counting sheep, I guess. Just a bit more stressful. Thinking also, like, where do I find more people like Teeny Lily? That if you figure that out, let me know, please. In other words, yeah, I think a lot, so I always have problems falling asleep. Yeah, that's the thing. Actually, I've heard somewhere where they said how you break that cycle. Basically, you intentionally think of something specific to counteract automatic thought processes to develop, you know, kind of bullshit thoughts. Not saying that is a bullshit thought, just, you know, because I don't know other words. So you aim your goal. For example, if you think, why are elephants called elephants? I wonder if that has something to do with whatever the fudge. I don't know. Something like that. You direct your thoughts in a specific direction. Though I don't know if that actually works. I just heard it somewhere, and that is kind of what you usually do with these counting sheep. You direct your thoughts into specific directions. Also on the what to call yourself or whatever, you know, I'm not a fan of fan, no pun intended. I'm not a fan of labeling things, you know. I also don't like to call myself a fan of celebrities, you know. I enjoy some things that a specific person. Joy, leave the tree alone. Huh? What up? Little puppy. I love you, little puppy. I've got a puppy dog between my legs. Hello.
Here's your puppy. Here's your puppy. Here's your puppy. Oh my god, so cute. Yes.
That's Carl. Geh Bettchen. Bettchen. Los, I'm talking, Joey. I cannot. Okay, never mind. Where was I? You know, I enjoy some work of specific celebrities, but calling myself a fan feels weird either way. So, you know, I would the same way describe that. You know, I'm a regular viewer of a specific streamer, you know. I enjoy talking to them. I enjoy doing whatever the heck, you know, playing. They're a pal or something, you know. That's why I just it feels weird either way. So if personally you do need these kinds of labels, I don't know, but you know, don't feel too weird about it from my point of view or side or whatever, you know. Just, you know, if you enjoy hanging out, that's all that matters. I think that's. If you want, you can call yourself a birdie. You know, we're a flock of people coming together to talk and enjoy time. I know. Maybe I have insomnia to do that. Absolutely. I mean, whether it's, you know, it might just be the ADHD thought cycle that's bothering you, but that's a common reason for insomnia, I think. But it's also oftentimes just severe struggle with things. Hey Sly, how are you doing? It's been 84 years and you're still on this. Oh, I'm old. The urge to eat the cookie is bigger than to finish my sentence. Oops.
クラウドも知ってるっぽかったけど。
ウォールマーケットの住人だ。
じゃあ悪党だね。
いや、どうかな。そこまでの悪いやつとは印象はない。
And there was much rejoicing.
Oh! Hey Bam!
クラウドが騙されたんじゃない？
That's Sam!
人のことを言うな。
だってクラウ
Oh
ド
my god!
本気でやられたら
The
この
things
人
are
が騙されたよね
connecting! Oh my goodness. I didn't know which Sam they meant, but that's Sam. Oi. Hey yo Bam, how was your stream yesterday? Okay. I mean, even the viewers say personal things about themselves and share stuff about oneself. I mean, the thing is also, as a viewer, you have kind of more privacy. I mean, you can have a throwaway account just to talk about your private thingamabobs. struggles and whatsoever. You know, your face does and name doesn't get connected to those things, so you have a bit more freedom in that regard. That makes it a bit easier as well. I mean, that's personally kind of also why group therapy works. Once you have realized, you know, you're a stranger to the group in group therapy, you can open up better rather than, you know, if you can't open up to friends and stuff and family. It's easier to open up to people that you don't know, like in a stream chat, which, you know, you have to still be careful about, because some private information can, you know, lead to the anonymity to go out of the window, you know. So always keep that in mind. Also when sharing personal information and you know, mental health thingies, while you are anonymous, it's still, you know, it's as anonymous as you can make it. If you take it away, then it's not anymore, you know, if that makes sense. I think we are somewhere close to a friend-therapist relation. I'm a therapist, not because I'm not a thing. Maybe life coach. Let's call it a life coach. Which I'm also not thinking about as. But therapist is kind of something that I feel like they have certificates. They also have, you know, they are not allowed to do specific things, and you know, I would not want to get into the situation where people assume that I'm a therapist. Just, you know, life advisor, life sharer, something like that. But I get what you mean. You know, friends, but we are not into a therapist relationship. I'd say we somewhere in between the two things. It kind of, yeah. That's kind of right. Of course, that also depends on how often one comes to the stream and chats here, and also depends on what they share here. Yeah. I mean, if you just drop in and chat about God on the... How do you say that? God and the world and whatever. You don't say that like that, do you? In English? Über Gott und die Welt reden. You know, just basically talking about random things. Or if you're actually sharing mental health struggles and not, that's a big difference in, I guess, relationship thing definition. Small talk. Yes, small talk not so much. I don't know. Small talk for me is mainly just, you know, very basic thing, you know, where you talk about things that you're kind of enjoy doing, kind of hobbies and stuff. That for me is small talk. Did I cover? Yeah. I don't think we have this expression one-to-one in English then. Okay. It's basically, you know, it's more in depth than talking about the weather. Talking about the weather is small talk. Talking about God and the world is basically talking about politics, religion, about all the important things, but also nothing personal, you know? How many more do I need? Game, tell me. It was fun. Me and Queenie played Fortnite. Thank you again for the raid. I am so glad that you didn't play Fortnite when I was raiding. I was just, oh my god! Oh my god! He's playing Zelda! Yay! But I'm glad you had some fun with Queenie and Fortnite. How many more do I have to collect? 7. I will totally forget it. Wah 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 wah. Done. Five more. For me, I try to avoid being friends with anyone on Twitch. I rarely find streams I enjoy and look forward to go to. I try to be part of a community since I always focus on talking to the streamer. I only am in oh, fucking hell. Can't read and aim at the same time. Yeah, also, personally, I struggle with the word community. Oh, bird! I don't entirely know why. It's kind of cause maybe, I mean, what makes a community, right? Usually a lot of different things you share, lots of different aspects in life. And, you know, if you just have one hobby in common or something, I don't feel like that makes a community. It's more... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the definition is. It's very strange. Always focus on talking to streamers. I'm only in stream where there is like 3 to 6 viewers. For me, the important part is that I can express my thoughts and feelings and enjoy goofing around. Same. I don't know, honestly, I don't know what I would do theoretically, you know? Not being conceited and whatever. Just what I would do if I would have regular 30, 100 or 1,000 viewers. And assuming that, I don't know, 10% of those chat at the same time, I don't know if I could do that. I mean, you see how I communicate, right? Okay, we've got an ad again. I can fast travel. Well, that's already cold. We are a flock of birds. Exactly. Burbs. I mean, I hope you all don't get annoyed with me saying hi peeps. Cuz it's adorable, okay? I like it. It's cute. Hey, oh peeps. It's like talking to a group of little chickens. Hey, little peeps, how are you doing today? Okay. Community is like family, but an enjoyable one. Community is the family that you chose. But at the same time, at what point do you become that? And never annoying. Okay, thank you. I've been told I'm annoying before. I also got told that I'm loud, which, you know, is not untrue, particularly. The day the streamer tells me to stop expressing my thoughts and feelings, then I might not come anymore. And the day the streamer tells me to stop goofing around, then it's time for me to move on to other things and take a break from Twitch or find other streamers. But it's so hard to find streamers I like. Like 1 out of every 100 streams I participate, I only like 1 out of every 100. Well, then I'm very honored that you participate a lot and also chat a lot and you know, just join in so often. I appreciate it a lot. And also, yeah, I completely get it. It's, I mean, see it like this. You don't become friends with every person, right? It takes time, it takes a specific character, you know, and sometimes you also become friends with people, but then you notice you actually have some things in common, but other things you are opposites. And it's also very difficult to look over these opposites. I mean, imagine, you know, politics is a big thing. You find somebody who's very you know, very similar to you, but then at the same time they have very crass views politically. And you know, they aren't things that you can just overlook, because some things you can just discuss and kind of come to a kind of agreement, disagreement kind of situation. Other things you can't really overlook because they are very extreme. And then you would probably, potentially, either distance yourself from the person or just kind of accept, okay, we're not actually friends, we're just, you know, we like to do these things. Or you would completely remove that person from your life, depending on how different the differences are. And the same way, you know, you find you find a streamer that kind of you like to enjoy, but when they're talking to a specific crowd of people, for example, in a specific game or something, some people behave differently on what group they're talking to. I did that a lot because I try to, you know, kind of connect to people. So I would kind of change a bit how I would react. It's very exhausting though, I have to say. And you know, if you don't like that particular reaction to a specific group, then you know you just kind of find it difficult to stick with that person. Also, obviously, there's also some other things like, I don't know, do you like their voice? Do you like how they say things? How do you like how they get distracted, you know? Like a specific person who got annoyed with me constantly going on long-winded rants about stuff, because that's who I am. I do get distracted, and if I have to take a break for 20 minutes to talk about a specific topic, then that's unfortunately the case. I can't change myself just to make people happy, you know, then I'm not happy. And my priority in streams is for me to be happy. I like making other people happy, but I'm I'm a recovering people pleaser. I have to prioritize myself. And if that means doing the things the way I like them to be, then that's how I do them, you know? And I can't constantly switch the category back and forth just so people know, okay, well, I'm ranting now for I don't know how long that is, but, you know, it is happening. Why is Cloud tiptoeing around? It's very weird. He's getting bored. So I can see how it's difficult to find a streamer. I mean, it's also, there's so many people around who stream, so, you know, connecting to them is difficult. Also, I mean, as streamers, it's difficult to connect to people as well, because as you grow your channel bigger, other people might want to use that as a what is it called, a jumping board, kind of, you know, helping themselves by connecting to you and then dropping you as you fulfill your purpose. I'm not there, so whatever, but I've seen that from other people who have mentioned that. And that is also, I mean, the thing that celebrities, for example, fight with, the finding real connections with people, because they might just be interested in the celebrity status rather than actually the person. I mean, there was this whole, what was it, Robert Pattinson? Cedric Diggory? Who had a stalker or something, and he went on a date with her to show her how boring he is, and she then gave up because she noticed, okay, he is actually not my type. So, you know, it's that phenomenon, kind of. You know, you obsess over a person because you have an ideal view of them, because obviously with actors or maybe streamers as well, because they show you one face, but they have a second face, you know, they have a private face that they don't show you, you know, like, I mean, I've shown my messiness, right? But you can't see it constantly. So you might have a different view of how I am when I'm a completely messy person who is probably off-putting to some. You know, personality-wise, I am not faking anything. It's just, you know, specific aspects of my life are kind of hidden away, you know? And you just kind of don't have the full picture. And the same way, you know, the whole using other people, you know, you don't need to like the person to want to use them for your purposes. It is called riding coattails. Okay. I think that is actually how it's said in German as well. I just can't translate it right now. No, actually, it might be something different. Same thing. Riding coattails. Deutsch. Rockschöße reiten. Okay, never mind. Okay. Now, why would anyone be annoyed by that? By me being loud? Because, I don't know, it's loud. I can completely understand that some people would be annoyed with that. Oh my god! That little frog eating the other frog. Frogs are so weird. Oh my god. The only friends I have are people I met on Twitch. I enjoy that about you, even if you're discussing something that I personally don't relate to. Oh, I'm glad. It's personally, dude, I don't know if I could deal with myself as a second person. I'm totally honest with that. I don't know if I could deal with the rantiness that I am doing, because I don't hear myself. I know I'm having issues explaining myself sometimes. I really don't know, but I can't change it. You know, I could be silent. I tried that for many years, and it's not an option. It's either I'm silent or I'm a loud, talkative person. You know, there's no in between. It's just, I don't know if that's even possible. All my questions before sleeping was thinking to myself, I never know what to call Tini. What is her name? Is her name Tini? Is her name Lily? I always say Tini Lily, but it's so formal. Tini. You can call me Tini. My brother calls me Tini. It is my, it's not my legal name, but it is my pet name, nickname, whatever. Lily is a name that I really like. It's also a name that I called my dog, the past one. And yeah, so Teeny is fine. It's also so formal to say a streamer name, so I'm not Teeny Lily, since only a friend know what to call them. I ask myself if any of that matters, or if my enjoyment here is the most important part. I mean, honestly, it doesn't. You can call me Oi. It doesn't matter. If you enjoy yourself and have fun talking and chatting and whatnot, that's good enough. I would prefer being called Teeny, but you can call me whatever. But yeah, it's not important. I've been embarrassed to not know what to call you the past months. Too embarrassed to ask. Don't feel embarrassed about it. There's nothing embarrassing about it. I do mention it regularly, but you know, not as regular enough to actually stick with every person. Usually when somebody asks, I tell the story. Because I have a lot of people who call me Lily, and because it's easier to pronounce, because teeny is tiny to whatever, it's teeny. Like martini, but without the mar, I guess. Like listening to other people's thoughts, opinions, and experiences. It helps also, personally, I think. Unless you don't learn from that, you know, you're kind of ignoring them. Your streamers have told me that they consider me their friend, and I'm like, but I don't know if I consider you a friend. I just enjoy other people's presence. Yeah, I think, you know, if you were to say you consider me your friend, then, you know, I would feel honored, but I would think the same, you know, because I don't know. That is one of the issues I have. I have had issues with thinking of people as my friend, but they weren't really friendly, and they've been kind of a bit mean, toxic, whatever. So, you know, I just, you know, I try to say about some people that they're my friend, but it's very, I'm struggling with that. And, you know, as long as, you know, we kind of enjoy each other's comments, you know, I'm fine. And I do enjoy that. And that's good enough for me, honestly. I don't need to label people as friends to enjoy their company. Deja Pupper. Though I also struggle because I don't know if somebody asks, I don't know what I say. It's somebody I know and enjoy the time with. That's literally what I say then. Somebody I know and talk about specific things has said ABC. Cool.
チョコボソは手に入ったかの？
Ask for info about the choco grass. Hand over all the choco grass you have. There you go. Have the choco grass.
おお、チョコボソじゃ、チョコボソじゃ。嬉しいの、ありがたいの。
Oh, he's so happy. Yay.
お前さんに頼んでよかったわい。
でこれをどうすんの？
特別に教えてやろうかの。この草を
Thank you,
の
Bam.
チョコボ
Appreciate
の羽
it.
と一緒に発酵乾燥させての、ことことじっくり煮出すんじゃ。
He's fermenting
ぎゅ
it?
ーっと絞り取ったのがこのチョコボエキスじゃ。
それが
That's what I said.
いや、ただの
I want the
このじじい。シュシュシュシュシュ。
そうじゃ。チョコボソがまだあるなら、あとは店番をやっとる助手に渡してくれ。それなりの礼はするんでな。
仙人、どうか父さんの話を。
Send in.
まだじゃ。あと一つ。
Hold your
やらねばなら
chocobos.
ないことがある。
やっぱりじじい何にも教える気ないんじゃん。
ひどいこと言うの。
That's so
しっかり学んでお
mean.
いてなんじゃその言い草は。
どういうことだ？
騎手能力を鍛えてやったことに気づかんか？シレナの捕獲を通じてチョコボの気持ちを読む力をシレナに乗って海を走ることでバランス感覚と操縦技術を向上させたというわけじゃ。どうじゃクラウド、一皮むけた気がするじゃろう。
Choco Pro. Can't say I
それ
do.
は困った問題じゃの。やはりもう一課題やらねばな。いわば最終試験
I love
じゃ。
Cloud so
ま
much.
た
Oh my god.
っていうか試験って何？話変わってない？
いや、いい。やる。
よーし、わしと競争じゃ。お前さんにはシレナを貸してやろ
クラウドが勝ったら
Eh.
父さんの話聞かせてくれますね。
う。よかろう。せいぜいシレナの調整に励むがいい。クラウド、準備ができたら声をかけてくれ。
No, it's a race. Ah. I also want his beard. His beard is weirder. Chocobo, chocobo, chocobo. Da 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 da. There's a chocobo. Ooh, materia. Level boost. Oh, treasure chest. We're stealing shit.
チョコボソがあったら引き取るよ。羽も交換していくかい？
How about plums? Ooh, fancy. Yay. Ether onion. Ooh, it's blue onion. Okay.
1000人の相手はものすごく大変だと思うけど、根気よく頑張ってね。
Okay. I'm a very curious person. I have a problem that I really want to understand how a person thinks and feels and the reasons are rational or not. ADG makes it so that I don't understand completely, so I ask even more questions. I accidentally make people open up their repressed childhood traumas sometimes. the person starts to consider me as a friend, and I'm like, oh dang, I made them open up too much. So soon they might consider me a friend when I don't see them as a friend. Yeah. I have similar issues, I guess. I know if I meet up with guys to, you know, on a first meeting or whatever to get to know them, somehow I leave a good impression. I guess either that or they're not really choosy. Because I'm just kind of, okay, well, this was exhausting. Let's not do this again. And they're just kind of, oh, this was fun. Let's do this again soon. Please don't. Why? This was so exhausting. Why do you want to meet me again? I mean, on the one hand, it's good, but on the other, it's just, oh no, please, suffering. I guess it's better than the opposite way, I guess. I don't know. And then I get invited to stuff like hanging out or go to a bar or whatever, and I really don't want to, and then I go anyway, and the person has fun around me, and I just want to go, same! Oh no. But also, you know, until not that long ago, I was actually feeling like I get left out of things a lot. So, you know, I would have liked to be invited to things. Oh my god, this is so cute! It's Chocobo! Oh my goodness. I want a pool like this. That would be so good. But also, you know, it's very tiny. You get to the other side in 2 strokes. Not even 1. Yeah, it's very difficult, honestly. You know, it kind of feels like you're attracting the people that you don't want to attract. Sometimes. Can you just stop and... Yes, give me a trial. Zoom de Chocobo! However, lately I've been better at opening up compared to before, so now maybe I might consider people friends more easily. Maybe it was also because you got other people to open up, but you had struggles opening up yourself. So you would keep people on an arm's length while they try to hug you, metaphorically. So now that you're kind of more likely to open up yourself, you are easier to embrace that other person as well. It takes up tons of energy to keep that mask up, but now yeah, exactly. It's not as exhausting to be with people anymore because you are you, and you're not putting up a front. Which is very good. Zoom the Chocobo! I forgot how to do this. Oops. Eh! Ah! Ah! Oh my god! I think I stopped breathing at some point. 144. Wow. Okay, cool.
これは予想以上の結果じゃわい。
Pluck my ever-loving feathers. Hey,
も
Aries.
ともとやり手だったようじゃな。
今更だな。
いやはや、この年になってとんでもない怪物レーサーを生み出してしまったやもしれんの。
仙人、約
How
束
are you
通り
doing,
父さんとサムについて教えてください。
Uncle Sam?
よかろう。何が知りたい？
Oh god. My poor little heart. Oh god. Tell people I have many walls. I have like a castle around me. I have a wall of metal, a wall of gold, a wall of diamonds, many, many more. Before it took years for a person to break down one wall of mine, and they got super exhausted from finally tearing down a wall. So later find out that the wall was just one layer out of 100, so they don't think it's worth it anymore and bounce away for life. Which is understandable. It is exhausting to fight to figure out a person. Also, there's an ad ongoing, so, you know. Gotta build a wall. Yeah, no, don't build walls. There's, you know, little fences fairly enough. When were they here?
ちょうどお前さんぐらいの年じゃったかの。二人で弟子にしろと押しかけてきよった。わしは隠居しとったから相手にせなんだが、勝手に居座りよってな。仕方がないので適当に雑用を押し付けたのが始まりじゃわ。
Okay.
別に普通の暮らしをしていただけじゃよ。掃除やら買い出しやら屋敷の修繕やらいろいろと修行してもらったの。その合間に勝手にチョコボの生態を調べたり書物を漁ったりしておったようじゃが、チョコボ育成についてよく言い争っておったわ。
What were the two of them like?
決して仲は良くなかったの。
やっぱり
チョコボ育成についての思想が根本的に違うんじゃ。よく討論が殴り合いの喧嘩になっておったわ。ただ、
Okay, they were
チョコボにかける情熱だけはお互いに認め合っていたようじゃった。心の底ではつながっていたとわしは思っておる。
birds of a feather. Okay.
少しは心の整理ができたかいの。
どういうことですか？
お前さんの怒りに満ちた瞳を初めて見たとき、 こやつに必要なのは知識や技術じゃないと思っての。まずは
Always peace of
邪
mind.
念を取り払い、今一度己を見つめ直す時間を与えようと考えたわけ。
Wickedness and
だ
spite.
から掃除をさせていたのか。
いかにもリングリンに何があったのかわしにはわからん。お前さんがサムを憎む気持ちはよーくわかる。復讐のためにレースに勝ちたいというのもわかる。しかしその気持ちをチョコボにぶつけてはいかん。
Yep.
お前さんは何のためにチョコボを育てておる？
僕は父さんや母さんがチョコボのことを嬉しそうに話しているのが好きで、家族みんなでチョコボに乗って出かけるのが楽しくて、だから僕は。
それでよい。その記憶を決して忘れぬようにな。ゴールドカップにはサムも出るじゃろう。憎しみにとらわれてはならんぞ。
はい、仙人。いろいろありがとう。これからゴールドソーサーに戻ってチョコボの最終調整をするよ。機種はクラウドでエントリーしておくからさ。ゴールドカップが始まったらよろしくね。
Show up and win. Cool. See you in a year or something. Good, good, good. Wait, why are you here? Oh, race. Okay, never mind. Yep.
Thank you for the stream streak.
Yeah. No, Brum. That is not breakable. Okay, where do we have to go? What is this? Choco grass collector. Cool. When I meet a person that seems very friendly, my brain goes, build a wall, build a wall, build a wall, build a wall, whoa, build a wall. Very friendly, I mean. You know, understandable. But also, I know, what are you trying to protect with that wall? Build a ladder is something else. That's a tool. I don't know if it's developed by said person or if it's, you know, just used. A person I've been watching for a long time when I first started out with K-pop, I guess. She has mental health struggles as well, and she used the build the ladder thing, and also a hashtag build a ladder to kind of, you know, work on building a good basis for yourself. You know, whenever you feel shitty, you basically build a mental ladder by every step on that ladder or rung or whatever it's called is one thing that is good that happened during the day. And you kind of use that to pull yourself out of the depression hole that you are kind of building for yourself in your head. So that's a personally a pretty cool thing to do. So every time there's massive shit going on in my head, I just kind of try to do little things that kind of help me with overcoming the sadness that comes with that, you know, because sometimes it's a bit difficult to deal with all the crap that's floating about in your head. Yeah. depending on how much crap you have in your life, it's just even more difficult to get yourself out of it alone. So using that as a tool is pretty cool or helpful. I know that was a joke, but you know, still gonna use it as a teaching tool. With walls, I protect the most important and secretive location in the world, my stash of bottled up emotions in my secret basement. The trauma that I've buried down into the deep basements of my thought castle. Oh, Nibelheim! Why is it not burned?
嘘
How is it standing? I'm still standing. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I mean, but can't some of those things, you know, be not as locked away, maybe? Do all the things that you lock that far down really need to be locked up that far down? Or are some of those actually, you know, unnecessarily locked away? How do you know about my thought castle? You know too much. Time to build more walls. You just told me about it. What? Or you have a psychologist who tells you to just not think about those things or distract yourself as if you wouldn't be doing that already. Dude, if a therapist tells you to distract yourself, I don't think they're doing their job properly, because distracting yourself is coping mechanism that is basically avoiding dealing with the things that you have to deal with to overcome them. Distracting yourself is what everybody does or tries to do, which is not leading to the goal of actually getting better. It's just, you know, it's putting a whole bunch of I'm trying to think of a metaphor. You know, it's okay. It's trying to put lettuce on top of butter, you know, to avoid too much unhealthy fats, you know? You have to spread out the butter, or, you know, use less butter, take apart the butter or whatever, not cover it in lettuce. That's not how dieting works. That's not how a healthy diet works. Not even dieting. I'm not talking about dieting. I'm talking about a healthy diet. You know, you can use butter. You're not supposed to use a gallon of butter. I don't know what a gallon is. A freaking thing. Kilogram of butter at once. Whether you eat the kilogram of butter at once or a kilogram of butter with a bit of lettuce on top, it's the same bullshit. You know, the same way. You just, if you gonna, I touched the lantern again. Why? Stop. What am I talking about? Yeah, no, don't distract yourself. You have to talk to the demons in the basement, not you know, hide them away by playing loud music. It's not you know, it's gonna help in a short while. If you cannot deal with them in the moment, you know, if you know, you have a crappy day already, then yeah, fuck those demons, put them in the basement, lock them up, and play loud music to distract yourself from them. Absolutely. But you can't do that every single day. You have to deal with those demons at some point and send them somewhere else to I don't know, down into hell or something. But this is totally hypothetical, absolutely hypothetical, yes, absolutely. How do you know about my thought castle? Oh, no, I already read that, sorry. I don't know why I bottle up my emotions and make it so secretive. I don't know why I don't let people come close to me. I just feel that I'm protecting others to see the ugly truth in the basement. Okay. You don't need to protect other people. They protect themselves. You know, unless, you know, it's kind of, if they're trying to run on the road, onto the road and there's a car coming, then maybe protect them. But, you know, they're supposed to protect themselves. You can support them, but it is not your job to protect people. If they cannot deal with your demons in your basement, then they have to make the choice to go away. It is not your job to do that, you know? If they demonize you for the demons in your basement, fuck them. If they can't deal with the demons in your basement, that is fine. Let them go, and, you know, you whatever. But, you know, hiding them away just so you can make other people happy will not make you happy, and you are your first priority. Because, again, if you can't help yourself, you can't help other people. So, also, if you, for example, if you have children, if you don't take care of yourself, you can't take care of your children either. So, while they are your first priority, you are your first priority in front of that, because you need to take care of yourself. If you are about to die from exhaustion, you won't be able to be fully alert to take care of your children. You have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to whatever the fuck to keep yourself alive so you can keep them alive, right? So putting other people as first priority is kind of misleading, because yeah, if you have to sacrifice yourself for your child or whatever, as in, you know, hit them out of the way of danger or whatever, or cover them with your body to protect them. That is one thing, right? But you can't just sacrifice your health for another person when it just slowly eats away at you. You know, it's a bit difficult. Sacrifice the kids for your own mental health. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Dude, that's why, you know, if you have freaking really difficult mental health situation, how are you gonna make a child happy? I'm thinking from my standpoint, because I don't know how, as a child who's had their parents deal with some things not in a healthy way, how can they raise me healthily if they can't deal with their own issues? You know, they would have had to deal with their issues to have me grow up healthily and happily, you know? So because they thought, okay, we just have to sacrifice, I grew up having issues. And it's not their fault, but it's also not mine. It just, you know, you have to find a healthy balance there. You know, you don't only take care of yourself. Again, it just, you need to find a balance. The same way that you're not supposed to take care of other people's feelings when it comes to your problems, you know? If you're not supposed to be an asshole to them, that is your job, you know? But don't sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of other people's happiness. It's trying to put salad on top of butter. This is the greatest quote of 2014. I swear. Glad we still got this before 24. Wait, how do I do this? Wait. Um. Does this work? Quote added. Yay! That's what I do. Eminem 24/7 and still kind of hard for my brain to shut up. Try singing Disney songs. Yeah, can't force people to stay. Exactly. You also can't force people to be happy. You can't force people to change. You can't force people to work on themselves and so on and so on. The people going through a whole epic journey to finally find my basement, like the journey the hobbits had in the Lord of the Rings. Those people open up my basement and look down in there and they fall to their knees going, my eyes, oh, they're horror. This pain in my eyes is something no human should experience. And I'd be like, well, what you gonna do? I told ya. Told ya. Go away. A small price to pay for salvation. Yeah, no, don't become Thanos. No. The kids must go. No! But the kids are the future. We must protect the future. Yes. But, dude, okay, imagine all adult people die. Yeah, there's shows about this stuff. Imagine everybody dies except for the children. How is that gonna end? Very, very, very difficultly, isn't it? The future is doomed. Just look at Gen Alpha. Dude, they have their own struggles. I mean, depending on who their parents are, most likely not millennials, because millennials are less likely to have children, apparently. You know. But they have their own little struggles. They're wait, which is Gen Alpha? Which is the one that I have no idea actually. They're still struggling, but they're taking no shit, you know. Less shits. We're more people pleasers. Their people can kiss my ass. Cutting the world population to half increases my mental health. Assuming you get cut off as well, or assuming you survive? If the future is doomed, then it's our responsibility to fix it. Kind of, yes. The problem is you can't fix something that doesn't want to be fixed. Again, you can't ask people to change and get help. You can ask them, but you can't expect it from them. Just can't wait to be king. Children of the Corn, what is that? Let it go, I can't take the demons in my mind anymore. Don't take shits? They don't, yeah, they don't take, no, what? They don't take any shit anymore, yeah. I always think older generations are always talking about how doomed the younger generations are, but who is parenting? Yes! Yes! Oh my god, thank you. Yes, dude, they talk about how messed up our generation is when they're the ones that raised us. They're the ones that turned us into these suffering beings. What are you talking about? We're wimps. No, dude. You gave us freaking trauma. And yes, okay, trauma is might be a bit dramatic to some, but dude, excuse me. There's specific things that I will not mention again right now. That if you talk to your parents about those things and they just tell you to not talk about this kind of stuff, that is traumatic. I'm sorry. If you learn that you can't talk to anybody, then that's traumatic. Which is basically what our grandparents grew up with, because they always had to have this image to the outside. You know, my grandmother always just kind of was, okay, we've got to do this, we got to do that, but it's so exhausting and I don't really want to do it. Then why are you doing it? Because it is what you have to do. No! Why would you torture yourself? Just don't go if you don't feel like it. You don't have to wear fancy clothing if you feel like freaking sweatpants. Wear sweatpants if they make you happy. For fuck's sake. Assuming I get to see the shit show when half the people are gone, I'm no, just kidding. Dude, no, also, I would assume that it's gonna be a very difficult time if actually half of the people were to disappear. Oh, a Christmas teenie in black. Hey, Blue! How are you doing? It's post-banana. Post-Christmas, but Merry Post-Christmas. I hope you had a good days. Very fashion. I hope you had a wonderful week. I did, indeed. We had a lot of fun here on stream, and also I had... oh my god. Have I mentioned? Family dinner? Well, I mean lunch, whatever. Christmas lunch. No talk about politics. It was beautiful. I never had such a harmonious Christmas. Nobody was annoyed. Nobody was being weird. You know, everything was fine. Hallelujah. I was amazed. Feed them bean tacos and they'll be taking shits. Isn't that just farts? You fart from beans, you don't shit. For real, there are kids on the streets doing gang stuff and their parents don't care a crap about what their kids are doing to other people. I mean... there are... You don't even have to go into gang stuff. You have to just, you know... There are kids bullying other kids. And their parents don't care and just think, my little angel would not do such a thing. What did the other child do to cause my little angel to do such a thing? Bitch, your little devil spawn is a little asshole and you're being a horrible parent. Holy crap. Teach your children values. The value of friendship. Make them watch My Little Pony for goodness sake. I don't care. Just make them be kind to others. Holy mother. I was raised by... Oh, diddle-oodle. Oh, bye-bye. I was raised by my mother because my father was an alcoholic. I'm sorry about that. But yeah. Again, not your fault. It's not your fault. So... How are we blamed constantly? I blame myself for the broken mug, actually. Because I was so dumb at putting it into the shelf. Holy crap. It sounds very nice. Yes, it was. Angels singing when no politics. Ah. Meanwhile in the USA. Yeah, I mean, dude. You know... Obviously, we've got a lot of shit going on in politics, both over there, both over here, both everywhere, in a lot of places. But also, you know, you've gotta just take a day to not talk about politics. It's very difficult to, you know, not talk about any topics that might end up political. So, you know. I'm not sorry it made me who I am. Well, I'm glad you see it that way. I'm glad you see it that way. But, you know, you also deserve to be, you know, have happy life. But you know, if you like who you are, then that's also good. I had an okay time and good food. Too much good food. Well, if Christmas is not the time to eat all the good foods in the world, then I don't know. Some people in the US bringing politics up on Thanksgiving dinner just to see how much money they'll save on Christmas presents. Oh, no. Dude, no. I hate talking about politics, religion, and serious business issues, but I also love it. Yeah, it's kind of like a I don't know, like your saucepan falling on the ground. It's kind of very off-putting and oh shit, everything is on the floor now. But also kind of curious as how it's floating everywhere, flowing everywhere, not floating. Obviously, the sauce is not floating. That would be weird. We're not in space. It could have easily become the same and blamed it on my childhood, but I learned from a young age what I don't want to be. That is a very respectable viewpoint. That is that, and I'm very proud of you. You know, in a non-condescending way. I hope it arrives at you. I'm proud of you for, you know, breaking that chain and becoming a better person, and not just kind of succumbing to things that were shown to you. I think life is already hard, and everything we do is coping with the shitty world we live in. Pretty much, yeah, a little bit. You know, we had a in our we've got an ad in a moment. Confirmation and meaning of life. Remind me after the ad. Also, I need to go to Nibelheim at some point. Enjoy your spoiler game. Hey Wilk. Bye bye. Thanks for the drop in. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Let me mute some things. Oh, how do I make this? Saint Luce leaf. What is a luce? La 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 la. La da 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 da. Once upon a December, and the song someone sings. Is the ad over? Okay. Where were we? I forgot. If sources would be floating, I'd be like, wow, this is awesome. Wow, this is weird. How did this happen? I usually don't bring up politics on Twitch for most streamers, but I feel comfortable on this small community because we have an understanding with a similar point of view. Yeah, personally, I'm also not very fond of talking about politics because I'm, you know, my father would always make fun of me. I got a really good grade once in politics. I had no idea about politics. It was basically just because I don't know, I did some weird project which was more creative rather than political. And I had no idea. And he would always make fun of it because, oh, Tini got a 1 as an A in politics. She got an A in politics. Oh, you got an A in politics. How did you get an A in politics? Because the likelihood of me getting that was so low. I actually got a 5 as well, which is a failing grade. A, B, C, D, E. Is that an E? Don't you go from A, B, C, D to F? Where's the E? Anyway, I had something in between there, I guess. I don't know. So, you know, my knowledge of politics has grown in the past few, very, very few years. And that is by kind of getting confused by a lot of bullshit as well. So, you know, I've went through a whole process of learning things. But also, you know, people like to, people that disagree with you like to take things that you say wrong and make kind of make a noose out of it for you or whatever. That is a German metaphor. I'm sorry if it doesn't work in English. But yeah, so I'm struggling with those discussions, but also I have very strong views, I guess, but also kind of mellow views compared to some people. I'm kind of chilling somewhere in the liberal to middle ground or whatever the heck. But I have my strong views on some things, I guess. I don't know. It's basically just everybody shut the fuck up and be kind to each other. That is my view. But obviously that is not a sustainable view in politics. Otherwise we would have been already doing that. Yeah. My views on politics are too radical to share. See, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how radical, but you know. It's also I don't know. I'm struggling with radical views because I'm you know, again, kind of just chill and just let other people do their things. You know, if that is a radical view, I don't know. Just I don't think so. It's the most center kind of thing. Just let people live, for fuck's sake. That I can think of. Just, you know, if it does not have anything to do with you, then let people do the thing. You know, but also, you know, there are some moral things like, you know, don't kill people. Obviously. Tuning for world president. Cheers. Oh wait, if we were in idiocracy, then it would be this. Yeah. So I tend not to get involved in those discussions. It's also you only fail. In political discussions, you can only get into trouble with conversations. I don't know, because some people will always disagree with you. So, you know, I just if somebody says something that is so far off, I will say something, but otherwise, just I don't want to talk to them because it's not gonna lead anywhere. If they want to be dumb, they're gonna be dumb. Teeny for world domination, dude. I always wonder, you know, in movies, people want world domination. Also Hitler. You know, I don't want to talk about Hitler, but also, what would he have done if he actually achieved his goal? If he actually, if he would have been done with everything, you know, gotten all his goals, then what would he have done? What was the end goal? What do they hope for themselves with world domination? It just ends at some point. You've got world domination. Okay, what now? What now? You are a dictator. Everybody does what you want because they're scared. Good. What now? It's only fun as long as they have to fight for that goal. What if it actually happened? What would they get out of that? It does not sound like a cool goal at all. I mean, apart from the whole murdering part, which absolutely does sound nutters and whatnot, and we don't want that, but also, what? That sounds so boring. I'm sorry, but what? Just, I mean, also freaking, what's his face? Is it Kim here. Kim Jong-un? Il is the father, right? Is that actually fun for him? Is he enjoying himself? His life sounds boring as fuck. Not kimchi. I'm not talking about food. Go with the topic. Just, I mean, what? Or are they just, you know? Is that a kink maybe? Are they getting some weird satisfaction out of being feared and whatnot? Is that it? Then that's really weird and sick and whatnot. Because wow. Also somewhere between left and middle, liberal left. Cheerio. See, I think with more talking, understanding, and tolerance, we can advance a bit. Dude, if people were talking to each other, actually listening, and freaking sticking their ego up their own butts, then I think we wouldn't have wars and whatnot. But I mean, only the most egotistical people are leaders in dictatorship countries and the US. Maybe also other countries, you know, I don't know, our people. I mean, we probably also have some that are a bit too ego heavy. But dude, I would not want that job. It sounds horrible. Everybody blames you for their problems. Everybody blames you for your changes not helping them, because you can't help everybody. You know, if you're gonna help the people that need help, you're gonna piss off the big people that have the money, obviously. And if you follow what the big people with the money want, then obviously you're gonna piss off the small people that have need for help. But we need the people that need help to get help, rather than the big people that don't need help but just get pissed off for their own egoistical reasons. This is why I don't talk about politics, because all I can think is blah. Just, I don't know words, just blah. Most people are selfish and egoistic. Yeah, I think we would go back to painting. I think so? Did he even paint in the end? Any time? At all? I think he just got his little ego hurt and just went all blah, 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 I need to take over world domination. Blah, blah, blah. He would have invented for side quests inside his country. Yeah, you know, next we're gonna burn all the I don't know, needle trees, because needle trees are not native or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know. The bigger Kim Jong-un gets, the happier he becomes. Does he though? I'm wondering, does he? Also shit on Orban Viktor. I mean, dude, oh. He's a whole thing. I mean, he's the whole Trump thing. People disagree with me. That's why I've got to do what needs to be done. I think we're closer to be a social democrat, so left, center, left. I think I did a test thing. Social democrat was, I think, also what that hit for me. So I believe that we should leave morality outside of the legal aspect. The two usually don't tend to go well. I mean, morality is don't kill anybody. That for me is a moral issue. And unless you have legal outcomes out of that, you won't be able to keep up morality, well, moral standards. You know, if we accept people stealing left and right, then you know, the morale also goes down. So it is a legal issue. The thing is, there is morality issues like don't kill, don't steal, don't screw your neighbor's wife or husband or whatever, you know, that's actually religious things. Religion should be kept out of legal issues. Okay, religion should be kept out of legal questions and whatnot. Moral issues, as in don't hurt anybody around you, is another thing though, because those need to have legal repercussions. But you know, whatever you do with your own life is not up for discussion. You can do with your own life what you want, as long as you do not cause harm to other people. As in, I don't know, you run around naked outside in public. That is causing harm to other people. Don't show off your whatever thing to your neighborhood. That is unnecessary, you know? Also, don't murder people. Also, don't steal from people. Also, don't whatever the fuck. Don't screw them over. Don't hurt them intentionally and whatnot. But, you know, if you want to, you know, have a happy life with yourself, don't go and judge people. I mean, we're one step away from people. I mean, not even. People judging you for not wanting children. People judging you for having hysterectomies if you don't want children or whatever. It's not your problem. Don't go calling people egoistic if they don't want to have children. It's the least egoistic thing. If you just want to have children to have your legacy. Bullshit, you don't have a legacy. You have an ego. You have children for other reasons, for, you know, wanting to have somebody to take care of, that you want to love for love's sake. Not, oh, I need somebody to take care of me when I'm old. No, fuck that. That's egoistic. You have no... Your children don't owe you. It was your decision to have them. So it's not your... It's not their job to take care of you in later life. If you behave like somebody who earns to be taken care of as a parent, then they will give that to you. You do not deserve to be taken care of just because you pooped out a child. I was actually having this conversation with Queenie yesterday, but it's morality what separates us from other animals. Yeah, I don't think other animals actually... You know, they just kind of do or don't things. I don't really have regrets about it, I think. Most basic laws are based on morality. I'm so curious. I spent so many years discussing with people online about politics, religion, and so on. The purpose of discussing was to learn. After many years, I noticed that people were saying the same thing and it got less interesting. I've been wrong in discussions because when then I get corrected, so my curiosity is satisfied. The thing is also some people say different things, but they actually mean the same thing. So sometimes there are misunderstandings, even though they are saying the same thing. It just doesn't register the same thing. As in, also sometimes I hear things that the left people say, and then some things that the right people say, and they say exactly the same thing, but they're claiming the other side says completely opposite things, and then they're just fighting each other, and I'm just, what are you doing? You are fighting for the same thing. Why are you disagreeing on agreeing? What the fuck? Just, what? So ridiculous sometimes. We don't legislate on things simply because it's immoral. Cheating is immoral but shouldn't be illegal, for instance. It isn't. It isn't illegal. It's, you know, it just, you know, if you have you have legal papers for marriage and stuff, you know, and if you have, there's weird there's restrictions on divorces where the woman has to prove that she was harmed in some way, or you know, cheated on or whatever, but from the other side it is not the case, you know. So it becomes a legal issue because of divorces. And if you make divorces illegal, then you've got another whole issue there. And so it's not directly illegal, but it is also causing a kind of a back and forth thing or whatever, or causing issues with legal issues, I guess. Especially in a country where everybody is suing everybody. And keep in mind, there are things people don't agree on in the morality of, like, abortion and euthanasia, same-sex marriage, etc. We should legislate simply on what is necessary for the support of society. That's why I'm saying, as long as you don't hurt others. The abortion thing, they claim you hurt the child, and that's why thing. But also, dude, that is nonsense, because the woman has to keep that. It's her body, okay? You can also claim the baby is hurting the woman. So that's let's leave that out of that. But euthanasia, same-sex marriage, they don't hurt anybody. You don't it doesn't touch you. If you close your eyes, it doesn't exist to you because it doesn't bother you. Dude, do I want a public display of affection? Not particularly. I do not care whether you're straight or gay. I just don't want you to lick off somebody's face right in front of me. You know? You can hold hands. That's fine, you know? But you don't need to suck each other's life force out of their mouth. That's just but weird. But that has nothing to do with who you are in a relationship with. You can do your own shit and claiming that it affects you for some reason is just bullshit. It doesn't affect you, for fuck's sake. If you would stay in your house, how would that affect you? If you seek them out intentionally to be offended, then that's your own issue as well. So, yes, no. I mean, directly, things that cause other people harm, like intentionally hurting them or accidentally hurting them, like driving recklessly. You know, those are things that are necessary to have laws for. But yeah, the problem is with abortion, euthanasia, and same-sex marriage, they go by the Bible. They go by weird, or not by Bible necessarily, but religious reasons. And you know, not everybody agrees with your religion, so it's not your place to do that. You know, but I think probably every religion has, you know, don't kill people in some way in there. So, I mean, also, what do atheists do? They also have the morality. Don't be an asshole. You know, don't kill people. Don't steal from people. You know, just because atheists don't read the Bible or whatever, they don't automatically go around murdering. I mean, on the opposite, freaking the Crusades happened. Only that one is owed anything. That means nobody's owed anything. One is owed anything? English is sometimes a bit weird. It sounds like it's everything, but it's actually nothing. Anything sentences confuse me sometimes. I don't owe anyone anything and no one owes me. Okay, good. Yeah. If I choose to do something for someone, I do it because I want to and expect nothing in return. Exactly. You do not do something just to expect something in return. But some people do that. If I help you, you have to help me in later on. I mean, it is a very one-sided relationship if you keep helping somebody, you know, and you never get help in return. It's not a give and take, but, you know, a not just give or take or whatever. Take relationship. Because that is going to burn you out as a giver. You know, if it makes you happy to constantly give, but not get anything in return, that's fine for you. But, you know, if it's just them using you constantly, then we're back to the coattail riding thing, you know? They just use you for your kindness. And that's also sucky, you know? But if you then you're most likely a people pleaser. Sorry. They disagree on agreeing because they can't agree on to disagree. Yeah, yeah. Kind of. Suck that life force. I think the autism with me is strong when it comes to philosophy or stuff like rationality, knowledge, debating. Yeah, it's. I think with autism, it's a kind of factual need for factual rightness or something. That I've heard that somehow things have to be a specific way, and you know, it's difficult to go with whatchamacallits. Facets? Phases, no. Something with an F or P. Layers. I can't think of the word. I hope you know what I mean. I don't know. We have to come to an understanding that there is a difference between morality and religion. Exactly. Yeah, you're not morally empty without religion. That is yeah. And laws are based on morality to some degree, rather than they shouldn't be on religion. Good advice from Tini. Okay, what did you clip? What did you clip? Adrian. The shut up and whatever? Why would you clip that? Adrian! Adrian, stop it! Oh my god. For fuck's sake. 90 hours. Don't judge me, Gaz! Stop judging! Did I actually save? Probably half an hour ago, right? No, 20. There we go with the 20 minutes of distraction. Yay. My obsession of probably... Hey, Gaz, hi, by the way. How are you doing? Most of the time, I think probably a third of this is just me standing around and getting distracted. I didn't actually play 90 hours, probably. I mean, look at this. 20 minutes of me standing here and talking about morality. My obsession of probability of what is the closest to truth has turned me into an insufferable person, unfortunately. Yeah, it's also very difficult, you know? Especially, I mean, also... Shit, Ed! Ah! Okay, let me quickly go to the bathroom where there's an ad playing. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna talk about truth. Because I've got my opinion there. I'll be right back. Okay. Are we at? Okay, good. Good. I've got to go for the walk with joy. So, quick. There's a thing with ADHD. It might be with autism as well. I'm not entirely sure. So, if you have a discussion with somebody, they understand one thing, they say one thing, and then you say something contrary to that, and you give additional information. And then it keeps going and going. Also with therapists sometimes. They keep saying you're being argumentative because you keep saying contrapoints, when it is actually just you giving more information to have the other person understand your point of view and the actual truth, the actual situation of things. And they keep misunderstanding that as you arguing or being combative or whatever the fuck it is called, where you keep arguing with people, but you're not actually arguing, you're just trying to make them understand that the situation is not entirely what they understand, but they just see it as you arguing with them for some reason. And I keep having that so much, and it's so annoying. And you look so cute, Joey. Oh my god, you're bright and so shiny. And yeah, so I just wanted to let that give that another addition as a farewell sentence or what before I go outside walk, because my neighbors are walking the doggo as well. So I'm gonna head on out real quick. Should be back in 30 minutes at most. And sorry if I didn't read your messages, but we're never gonna get to a break this way, and Joy has to go outside. So yeah, if you would please get up, I would greatly appreciate it. And also, I should probably save here. No, I already saved. You know what? I'm gonna load this. Remind me, somebody please, that I need to load this, because I don't want I don't want 3 hours added just because I was talking so much. I will totally forget. Come here. Here. Here.
I don't want to go outside. Outside is cold and it's so wet and so uncomfortable. Oh no. The little pupper is so whiny and wimpy and oh no. But actually outside is fun and it's so cool. And we see our friend Doki.
Alright, so I'll be back in a bit. Take good care of yourself. If we don't see each other again because you leave or something, do take good care of yourself as well. And stay hydrated, and find yourself something to eat for dinner or something if you need to. Bye-bye. See you in a moment. In a few moments. Boy, I hope I found the right thing. There's a Charlie. Isn't it adorable? Very cute. Very adorable. It's a burb. See you. Hello, where's my controller?
Hello, that is the wrong one. Wait a second. This is the one, and the game is gone. Wait a second. I've almost got it. Hi, how's it going?
Okay, I need to charge my controller at some point. Oh shit! Keep getting stuck with the freaking ring. Stop it! Stop it! What is this alien? Dark Descent. Okay, cool. I do not want. It sounds scary. Hello. Alright. That burp is the most clever thing, I swear. It's a burp. I'll be burp back. Feels like a mum joke. Ooh, what K-drama? Okay. Right, Fallen Hellcore, sorry. Didn't say. Oh no. I got a good bit skippy there. Probably half of you are not around anymore, but I'm still gonna check on the comments here. Relatively maybe secular or religion-based morality, maybe grounded on religion and maybe based on secular principles, so one is not necessarily separated from the other. I mean, yeah, but also it should be kind of. It can be. One may be based on the other. We're separated. Are born to our parents, but you are a different person from either of your parents. That's actually a good explanation there. 90 hours makes sense if we go on tangents about stuff all the time. Yes. That is why it says 90 minutes. And also, hey, wait, it did actually load, right? So we're back to our... There, cool. Very good. Hey, that's mine. You had your food. Okay? You had your food. That is mine. Thank you. Please stop. You got what? A skibbity? Skibbity? I got a what? A skibbity? I've got food. What? Stuff. Tangents of stuff. But the issue is that even though I agree with what you're saying, there is the issue that people disagree on morality. That's the issue with defining the legality of things based on its morality. Juan is right, but also how do you define legal rules for a society without anything backing it up? If there's no morality, then it would be just kind of because I say so. There's also my view on politics. Most people are too selfish, self-absorbed on their own beliefs that nothing is agreed upon. I mean, it has to be an agreed morality, basically. That's the problem, though, that we get weird agreements. True opinion on truth. Sorry. Okay, I think we're done. Thank you for the lurk, Bam. Even though it's, you know, the thanks comes a lot later. About an attorney with autism. What is it called? Tell me. Tell me. I must know. Because I say so, because I say so, because I say so, circular reasoning fallacy. I mean, yeah, that's basically the problem. I mean, you know, either you have somebody saying, because I say so, that's why we have the things as they are, then it's a kind of a dictatorship. But also, you know, if we go with morality, then it's kind of a democratic choice that has to be made, which might backfire. Yeah. She's staring at the cheese. Spin. Prima. Platz. Platz. Rolle. Rolle. Nein. Du weißt, wie das geht. Platz. Nein. Platz. Platz. Rolle. Joy. Rolle. You know how to do a roll, you silly goose. Platz. Nein. Nein. Platz. Nein. Platz. Rolle. Why are you turning the wrong way, you silly goose? Rolle. Platz. Nein. Rolle. Rolle. Are you kidding me? Rolle. Rolle. Joy. What are you doing? What are you doing? Platz. Nein, Platz. Nein, Platz. Rolle. It's a wrong direction, you see. There's a chair. Joy, sitz. Platz. Rolle. Rolle. Himmelherrgott, Platz. Rolle. Hier. Rolle. Platz. Why are you doing this? You know how to do it. Rolle. Platz. Nein. Joy, hier. Are you kidding me? Why are you doing this to me? Poppy. You know how to do it. You know. Platz. Rolle. Yeah. Du Dusselkuh. Oh my god. Dog. You're driving me nuts. My lordy lord. Okay, what are we at? What would be a good picture for a playlist of German heavy metal? I don't know, somebody in black lederhosen with a black shirt and how do you do the thing? Joe, is there? I don't know. I'm not metal person. Hi. Now you just need to find somebody in black lederhosen. Which is Bavarian, by the way, not German. But, you know, for the joke. I'm right because I'm right because I'm right because I'm right. I'm right that 2 plus 2 is 5 because the majority in this room says so. Argument from majority fallacy. There's formal and informal fallacy. I'll stop right now or else I'll talk about this for hours. That's going far above my understanding of things. So I'm out of there with understanding. So sorry about that. If I got an answer, I don't know what answer I got. What? I really like that you know about logical fallacies. They are super interesting, just like everything in logic. I need more knowledge. I feel dumb now. I'm intolerable to discuss anything with, because when someone makes a logical fallacies, then I either have to accept that I have to say that it is, or accept that they feel that they want to base a claim and premise on logical fallacies, and I just die inside in both situations. I mean, dude, if that... Are you kidding me? I just gave you cheese. I just paid the tax. Look at this. Did you see that? She's staring at me. You know, either you have to, you know, not talk to people like that, or, you know, stand your ground. They won't learn unless you tell them. But also, you know, tell them in a, or, you know, if, since right now I'm also kind of out of the loop with what fallacy even, I don't know what that means, the word. If you go from a, I want to teach this person, hey, what you're basing this on is not correct, let me tell you about this thing, you can use that as a teaching moment to maybe win somebody's understanding, you know. If you're just gonna be argumenting with them, then that's gonna cause them to be argumentative and being an asshole to you, and you come off as an asshole, you know. That's gonna cause things. So obviously, it's a way you handle these situations, which is also not easy, you know, because that's a whole conflict with autism and the or what is it called? Neurospicy and neutral. No, neuro. What is it called? I forgot the word. The regular ones, the non-spicy ones. Neurotypical. Thank you. That's the thing. Joy, hi, and the waggy tail. Look at the waggy tail. See, she's so waggy. And if I look at her, her waggy tail gets faster. Does it get faster? No, it stopped. Twitch. Are you gonna do another roll? Because then you get a bit of cheese, okay? Here. 9. 9, komm hier. Ja. Boden. Runter. Runter. Hier. Nein, 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 nein. Komm runter da. Ja. Runter. Hier. Platz. Da, da, no, da. Dann. Nein, stopp. Sitz. You're a little goose. Platz. Rolle. 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 Rum. Nee, das. Nein. Rolle. Platz. Platz. You know what I want. Joy, Rolle. Yay, prima. Good girl. Where's my cheese? Where's my cheese flown to? Such a weirdo. Oh my god. Neurodeterrent. Neuro detergent. Neuro detergent is also good. Oh no. Oh no, no. Yeah, sounds good. Insufferable. Oh, yeah. We've got Teeny and Black doing that already. But I'm not German. Hi. Your dog is trying to make an appeal to logical. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. She's trying to manipulate me. 9. It's mine. Okay. Let's load again, because this has been a while again. Nine. Okay. Nibelheim! Okay. What is going on here? Flashbacks!
どういうことだよ、こりゃ。
クラウド、見て。ほら。これ、新しいよ。
Has this been rebuilt then? 9!
作り直したんだ。村ごと。
But exactly as it was? Old looking?
またおかしくなったのかと。
うん。
あ、いや、またっつうのもあれだけどよ。でも誰がこんなことしたんだ。
シンラ。
さて、端末を探しましょう。
What do you mean not don't mind it? Are you kidding me? It's important. This is a freaking weirdness.
こんなところまで旅してくるなんて物好きだな。
I'm the odd one? Are you kidding me?
療養者の皆さんには自由に行動してもらっています。
What? Yeah, Nova. Gonna go back to that. Oh, there are so many of them here. Wow, weird. Your dog neurotypical, neurodeterrent, neurodivergent, neurospicy. Yeah, trauma, spicy memory. Okay, I didn't remember that one. Or no, I don't know. To simplify it, fallacy just means error. Okay. And logical fallacy is basically error in logic. There is like 50 plus different logical fallacies, and they are mostly used to convince others that they are right, while their reasoning is based on irrationality. Wonder if there's a German word for that. Logical fallacies. Fehlschluss oder Trugschluss. Fallacia. Latin. So basically logical techniques of science denial. Okay, cool. Okay, I think I get it. where like kind of causation and correlation, where it's kind of being assumed to be the same sometimes. Ah, okay. In Swedish it's called felslut. Okay. Mostly used to convince others that they are right while their reasoning is based on irrationality. Being knowledgeable about logical fallacies is like having a bullshit detector. So when you hear someone claim something, you go, that's bullshit. It's a double-edged sword. On one side it can be used to defend reason, and on the other side it can be used against you with the strength of irrationality. I'll stop talking about it now or else I won't stop talking about it. No, I mean, that's interesting. Because, I mean, yeah, it's kind of, you know, you detect when people are trying to manipulate you with nonsensical reasonings. Like, you know, anecdotes that prove their correlation, but actually claim them as causation equations.
Yeah.
What the heck are you doing? Who are you guys playing? Sephiroth? Weird children. Wait, this isn't what the village looked like, though. This whole bottom part didn't exist, as far as I remember.
Mm. それに村の人たちも。知らない人だよね。
What is going on?
この村に何かご用ですか？
どうもどうも。僕、シンラリゾートの社員です。シンラのネットワーク端末をお借りしたくて、ちょっと寄らしてもらったんですわ。
後ろの方々は？
この人たちは。
ここは私の故郷でした。
なるほど。ニブルヘイムの今の状況はご存知です？
No。
いや、驚いた。
ここは5年前からシンラカンパニーの直接管理区域でしてね。今は魔法中毒の方々の療養所になっています。権利関係は処理済みと聞いています。何か問題がある場合は本社の特殊施設管理課へご連絡いただけますか？
ご親切にどうも。まずちょっとお借りしちゃいますね。
Why am I speeding up? That was weird.
今日が懐かしい気持ちもわかりますが、どうか早々にお引き取りを。
Don't stay too long? What? Excuse me? That was rude. Woo! Queen's blood! Queen's blood! How come there are so many of them here? They all disappeared and died and whatnot. Can I climb up there? I thought Tifa would be up here. It's very strange what's happening here. Totally screams climb me, doesn't it? God dang it. Oh shit, there's an ad. Photo mode. Ooh! How do I? Thank you. Fast forward. No, don't skip, don't skip. Hello, Papa. You're so adorable. Ba ba bum. Ba da ba 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 bum. Bum ba dum. Not in an ad, and I saw you take that photo. How dare you see that? That is very rude. Oop. Hat. Okay. Let's resume. And we're knocked out in a kind of vegetable state. Mm.
もしかしてここから見てた？
え？
ティファのこと見てたかなって。
Sounds like something I do.
そんなこともあったかもな。
きっと私も見ちゃうな。
I mean, all I've seen of them as kids was them hanging out there. So, you know, I guess.
もう少しだけ。
Spoilers on the relationship. I want to play this game too. Oh no. Spoilers are bad. I mean, well. I don't know what to tell you. There's gonna be spoilers with me playing this game.
旅の方ですか？休館ではないですよね。具合が悪いなら療養者の定期検診が終わった後からの対応となります。
Wait, but where's he making such whiny noises? Where's Tifa? Didn't they say it was here? Oh, there. Play me what? Play me what? Oh! Oh! Seriously? We're gonna play a freaking zombie dude? What? That's okay, I put myself in spoiler risky situations. That is true. That is very true. Okay, let's play... Actually, let's talk to Tifa first. Come on, let me through. Please don't let me play the piano. Please don't let me make me play the piano. Please. Oh, it's downstairs. Papa what?
あの日、パパはなぜセフィロスを追ってマコーロまで行ったのか。病院で目を覚ましてから私ずっとそのことを考えていたの。だってセフィロスに追いついてもパパじゃ何もできないよね。実際そうだったし。でもニットガルに出て自分の力で生活するようになって分かった。パパはただ怒ったんだって。今日は大変だった。でも明日はきっと良くなる。そうやって積み上げてきた大切な毎日を壊されたことにパパは怒った。その怒りがパパを動かした。ああ。だから私も悲しい気持ちや虚しい気持ち全部を怒りに変えてアバランチに入ることを決めたの。でも怒りって長く続かないんだ。
Yeah, revenge is also not good.
活動が過激になるにつれて疑問や不安が大きくなってクラウドと再会したのはそんな時だった。
Like it was fate.
運命だな。
うん、私もそう思う。いろいろあったけど帰ってきて正解だったな。昔に似せて作り直して何もなかったみたいにごまかして、こんなの許せない。セフィロス死んだ。全部大嫌い。
Wait, our relationship did not deepen. What? Excuse me? How does that happen? Did you not like what I said? Let's try again.
Papa あの日、パパはなぜセフィロスを追ってマコールまで行ったのか。病院で目を覚ましてから。だって実際そうだ。でもパパはただ今日は大変だ。そうやって積み上げその怒りが。ああ。だから私も全部を怒りに。でもアバランチの活動クラウドと再会したのは。
Turned up. Have I helped you get through it all?
少しは力になれたか。
うん。 クラウドがいてくれたからここに帰る決心がついた。いろいろあったけど帰ってきて
Okay, it still doesn't change anything.
昔に似せて作り直して何もなかったみたいにこんなの。セフィロス死んだ。全部大嫌い。
Huh. I do not understand this. This does not make sense. Oh, there's a freaking... There's a freaking piano! You don't want to play the piano? I thought you wanted to learn how to play the... Not this one. Dude, have you seen this piano? It's horrible. Every time I try to get close to someone and it doesn't work out, then I say the same thing. That... Huh. Our relationship didn't deepen. That is odd. Yeah, perfectly reasonable response. Dale?
この人はデイルさんって言うんだけど、
Dale? How are they giving people names?
あなたデイルさんの相手になって、どうも私だと弱すぎるみたいで。
Weird. Okay, begin match. I'll show you after this game. It's horrible. Bitch! Okay. Okay. Please give me the power. Okay, that could work. $11, $15. 13, 12. Okay, wait. Let's go with this one. Okay, we've got 15 and 24. 26. 29 and 10. Does that make a difference? Oh, this is good. Where? Okay, I think I can't really do anything. Oh, yeah. $45 versus 9. Aha. Dale. Twin brain. Great.
強いバウターと戦えてすごく喜んでるみたい。
Shadow Blood Queen. Witch.
ほら、あんまり引き止めちゃダメですよ。助かったわ。戦ってくれてありがとね。
Yeah, yeah, if you say so. Okay, time for piano. I'll show you the madness that is this freaking piano. Show me Mozartina. Dumb. Dupe. It's so bullshit. Dude, I should print out Tifa's theme and play it on the rear piano and then see if I can do that, because this is nonsense. Why do you look like you're fighting for your life? Because I am! Look at this! I'm getting half the points that I need to get the lowest rank. Okay? This is C rank. Nice. Dude, C is... You get C with 0 points. C is the lowest. And there's a bigger... You can't even increase the speed, dude. No. C. It's mirrored. Sorry. Where did she go? And I don't know what to say. You are in awe of my musical abilities. Or... What is this? Is it a bank? There's a freaking... You!
もしかしてカードバウターか。私にはわかるぞ。お前もやるべきことを放り出し、クイーンズブラッドに勤しむものだな。心配するな。私も同類だ。私はサボりの達人ターナー。任務なんかクソくらい。サボりこそが人生。昇進をドブに捨て、左遷され
I'm all about Queen's blood.
サボり続けて磨いたこの腕、とくと味わうがいい。
Okay, Keeper of Kruor. Okay. Turner. Turner is such an American name. I don't know. Just why? Why are you naming your child Turner? Just, I mean, just turn around. Teeny Turner? Yeah, exactly. Teeny Turner, Tina Turner, yeah. Perfectly reasonable name, yeah. I don't know how well that would work for me. I think I'd have a difficult time too. I thank you for that very sympathetic estimation. Yeah, it's just not a keyboard. It's not. You know, it's just weird. Game is weird. Turn around every now and then and get a little bit terrified by the... I lost the word. Game is rigged. This game or the piano? Piano. Can't believe that I'm still awake. I've been awake since 4 a.m. today. Damn. Yeah, it works better if you're, you know, not... I don't even know. It works. I know if you, whatever. I don't know. I've been watching this K-drama since morning. Oh, that sounds... You didn't tell me the name still. What is it called? Yeah, dude. Same. Still, what is it called? I'll be at your side. Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Oh, bitch! How dare you! How do I get this? I don't have anything fitting. I might lose. That is not where I wanted to put this. I want the Loveless card. Ah, fucking hell. Yeah, I lost. Extraordinary Attorney Woo. Okay, I think I've heard of that before. I think I actually came across the soundtrack or something by accident. Wait, do I know any of the... Okay, no, I didn't see any of the actors before. Then how did I end up here? Where's the soundtrack? Where is the soundtrack? Susie. Yeah. Then I have no idea how I stumbled over this. Weird. Anyway, it's on the wish list now. Dude, I once watched through. I mean, twice. In the last 1 and 2 months, I've watched through several dramas through the night. Worst was when I stayed up till 5 a.m. It's bad. I slept 3 hours. Not healthy. Okay, let's replace this one and this one. I need a 1 card. Yay! Hey. What am I gonna do? Okay, I was planning on doing some coding stuff, but I got hooked on this K-drama. I think you've got to finish it. There's no point, there's no way to stop that, I think. It's just not possible to just, you know, stop it. It is emotion. Bitch! Fudge! Fudge, 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 fudge! Fudge, 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 fudge! Okay, wait. We've got this. What does it do? Replace an allied, raise the power of allied cards, affected tiles, and praise. Okay, no. We got this. Heck yes. Death. Beach. Okay. Is it working? 2. I guess it's the best card. Could try this. What does it do? Okay. Yay! I won! I got a Valon! There's some commotion upstairs. Lots of running around or something. I'll be at your side. That was impressive. Blood Marquis.
私は天候以外の全ての時間をカードバウトに捧げているんだぞ。もしかしてお前無職なのか。深くは追求しないでおこう。
I'm a fish.
上がいるということだ。貴殿と戦えたことを誇りに思う。また挑戦させてくれ。
Okay, what might help you is, you know, lay down in bed, watch your K-drama and whatnot. If you fall asleep, you fall asleep and you sleep. It might help. A letter? I've been waiting for you at the hotel. Friendly specter. Oh! It's that dude. But I can't fast travel right now. It's the ghost that's being kind of whatever. But I can't pause the video to read the subtitles from the bed. I mean, you can watch on your phone. Kill.
噂には聞いていたが、毒と。あ、またお会いしましたね。では、クロマントの皆さんと一緒に記念に1枚。ここはシンラカンパニーが管轄している療養所のようですね。
Mount Nibel.
申請してなんとか撮影の許可を取りました。ただ、撮った写真はすべてチェックし、場合によっては没収するとのことです。ま、いい写真を撮ればきっと大丈夫でしょう。では、おすすめ撮影スポットが見つかったら教えてくださいね。
But if they find the photo of me, they know that I'm here. That's not good. Oh, doing sports. Or not. Exercising. I haven't used my pull-up thingy again. Why do I even have a pull-up bar if I'm not using it correctly? Or using it at all? Was it a bad choice? I don't know. I'm just walking past it, hoping that I'm not ramming my head into it by accident. Why is nobody batting an eye to all of these death wannabes floating around? Because they are doing they're using the village for Mako poisoning, and that's what they claim they have, and that's why they're not batting their eyes to them, because they're trying to help them supposedly. helping is good. Yeah, but also I don't know if they're actually helping. Because, I mean, it's Shinra. Shinra sucks. Okay. Red 13. Recover HP when dealing damage. Yep. Critical hit damage by 5%. Okay. Whoop. Hello. I am desperate to buy something. Mama, 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 da 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 da. Da 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 do 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 do. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not speak Russian, therefore I do not know the lyrics. Why do people say you are out of tune when it's easy to hear what song you're singing? I mean, even if I'm out of tune, or, I mean, severely out of tune, you would still understand which melody I'm singing, I think. As long as the melody kind of makes sense. If you're just, I don't know, one note off or half a note off, it kind of still sounds like it. But I'm you know, out of maybe, let's say 10 notes, one of them is kind of crooked. And it should be slightly higher or something, and then it just kind of doesn't sound as it should be sounding. And when my mother said that back in the days when I was younger, it was a bit more severe, you know, because I didn't understand notes back then. I was just singing along to the Disney songs or South Park. Which I should not have watched at that age, but you know. Ooh, it's a booster pack. Howdy how. Okay, never mind.
あんたの故郷はもうない。
Bye, lady.
忘れる方がいい。
Remember what now? I forgot what you said. Sorry, I did not pay attention. What did you say?
ここに昔住んでた人だろ。言いたかないけど。
Nothing personal, but you shouldn't come back. They're all so mean. Why? Rude. Why? Just like real life? People being rude? Yeah. This game has realistic graphics and realistic human interaction. I'm impressed. Dude, you know, I think they also improved with the NPCs. Because the NPCs that were in Remake looked so strange. I mean, they still look a bit odd, but they look more fitting to the other characters, you know? Beforehand, they were really weird. I can't really put it in words. They just didn't fit the style for some reason. Why is that dude staring at Barrett? They're everywhere you look.
自分たちの足でこんなとこまでわらわらやってきたと思うか。全部神羅の仕業だ。自分たちの都合でぶち壊したり、かと思えば偽物を作ったりよ。何でも神羅の思い通りってか。そうはさせるか。なあ。
Wanna know why they put the robes here?
黒マントを集める目的は何だ？
知るかよ。分かってたまるか。
Yeah, I don't know why. What? Dude, I wish the thing didn't turn as fast. Did you see those sentences? I can't read that fast. It's so weird. We're gonna get some flashbacks. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so obsessive with freaking saving. I'm so scared. Should not be this obsessive with it.
Hey, てか、俺が今一番好きな子の話聞く？興味ないってか？いいから聞けって。すっごく可愛いんだ。いや、美人かな。見る角度によるな。うん。っていうか、何より性格。ミッドガルの子か。ああ、都会の子。
Sick! Woo!
ザックス。
Oh my god!
ザックスフェア。
He remembers?
エアリスが好きだったソルジャー。ゴンガが生まれの俺の同僚。5年前、俺たちは一緒にここに来たのか。
Oh no! Don't remember that part! Oh no! Memories are revived. Oh no! No! A village change. Oh no! I play Cyberpunk to 2077 and I save all the time. Yay! I'm not alone. Dude, I also keep forgetting if I've already saved, so that's partially why I keep saving. I ate tacos today. I accidentally bit my mouth. Well, that sounds painful. I hate doing that. Also, it then kind of swells up, And you keep biting it. It's so annoying. I don't know what that tone is that I'm doing. It's so annoying. Actually, it's kind of... It sounds annoying. Stop it! Where's the worst bite I've done in, like, decades? Dude. Did you ever bite yourself so hard that you started bleeding? I'm looking forward to it healing. Oh, yikes. Oya, oya. Oya, oya, oya.
そろそろやってきた。ポーリーさんの紹介かい？
いや。
No?
この忙しい時間に。
邪魔したな。
別にいいのよ。話し相手には飢えてるからね。あんた、話好きには見えないけどさ。
Dude, it's his house. He didn't even say anything. Yeah, every time. Oh. Painful. Why are there so many people in here? Ugh.
しないでね。かわいそうな人たちなんだから。
魔法中毒だな。
そう。でも私が見たところ2種類ね。種類っていうか型？タイプ？時々体を拭いてあげるんだけどね。
Sponge bath.
数字の入れ墨を入れている人が多いんだ。そんでその人たちには注射か何かの跡。
Needle marks.
まあ入れ墨も跡もない人もいるけどね。あら？ってことは3種類 ?4？
注射の後。
中毒の治療の後じゃないのかい？
数字の意味は入れ墨の数字だ。
さあね。でも想像が膨らむよね。
Lady, can you give me a bit more information? What the hell? Why are you so vague?
ここは療養者の皆さんのお食事を賄う調理棟です。
料理長のおかげで毎日楽しく仕事できています。
外から来て居ついてしまうクロマントが多くて。
クロマントの人たちは私が見たとこ2種類ね。数字の入れ墨を入れている人が多いんだ。そんでその人たちには注射か何かの跡がある。まあ入れ墨も注射の跡もない人もいるけどね。あら？ってことは3種類？あら？ 4？ あらら？
あらら？あららららら？あらら？おやおや。Blah blah 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 blah. Well, I kind of sympathize with that woman. Empathize? Sympathize. Whatever. Where's Red 13?
今日は調子良さそうですね。いいですよ。
Oh, there's T! Yuffie! 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 It always heals nicely. The third and fourth day is the worst. Oh, dude. The worst is when you eat something that burns.
この先がマコーロか。ねえ、クラウドは行ったことある？
Yeah, kind of been there.
マコーロがあるってことは、マコ
まあな。
ーロがいっぱいってことでしょ？ねえ、貴重なマテリアとかあった？
Come to think of it, nope.
そんなものはない。
こうやってごまかして独り占めする気？騙されるもんか。
I do indeed not.
あっちの方なんだか嫌な感じがする。
神羅屋敷か。
あ、ごめん。故郷のことこんな風に言われたら嫌だよね。
Ja, das kann.
確かにいい気はしないな。
ごめんなさい。
Oh no, I didn't mean to make you sad. No. Oh wait, he's not sad. He's actually likes me. Okay, never mind. I mean, the other ones were just kind of weird. This is not my hometown. How is it not your hometown, you silly goose? I can't believe this! Da, 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 da.
この端末からじゃダメですわ。アクセスできる範囲が制限されております。
つまり情報は手に入らない。
諦めるんはまだ早いですわ。管理人はん、あのお屋敷に入れてもらえませんやろか。
あなたなら入れるのでは？
にゃっはー、無理に決まってますやろ。僕、シンラリゾートの平社員です。
私のカードでもあそこには入れません。上司と交渉してください。
上司、課長はん、部長はん、どこにおりますのやろ。
紫課長は本社
Is he talking with an Osaka
滞在中です。あさってには
accent, dialect?
昨日から連絡ないんですよね。遅れるかもしれませんね。
そんなに待てませんわ。
急ぎだ。こっちから行こう。
そうしましょう。ほな、おおきに。
Kansai. This is from Osaka, isn't it? Associated with country hicks in Japan. Kansai, okay, not Osaka. Is no Osaka in? Yeah, Osaka is in Kansai. Kinky. Nara, Osaka. Nein. Where's... Is Kansai a bigger area? How does that work? Slightly confused. Huh. Huh. Anyway, let's follow him, apparently. Where'd I go? I'm dying! Hello, everybody.
マコーロ行くんでしょ？
マコーロだ？端末の件は片付いたのか？
カードキーが必要になった。
カードキー。
マコーロへ行って紫という男に会ってくる。
はいはいはいはいはい。私も行く。
私も。
いや、ティファは
この村で一番のガイドといえば私。
わかった。
お前ら大丈夫か？
山に登ってカードキーを借りるだけだ。問題ない。
How tough can it be? Do you not remember?
クラウド、準備よろしく。急がないとマテリア逃げちゃうよ。
最近できた橋を使えば近道できるみたいですね。
Oh, they built a new bridge? Well, that's good, I guess. Let's go! Uh-huh. Ooh! Rufus.
社長、ニブルヘイムへ向かわせた調査隊が何者かに襲われたようです。
They were ambushed.
ウータイか。
いよいよ始まりますな、若。
What? I do not like his smile. His smile is creepy.
早く行こう。新しい橋はあっちだね。
Do we have fast travel? Probably not, right? Yeah. Da 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 dum dum. I missed the note again. I am kind of annoyed with it. Are you okay, Dre? Trying to remember Rox's theme right now. I can't. What was it? I don't remember. I don't remember again. Crystal gloves. Wait, I can actually equip some stuff. Wait, where's the equipment? Equipment. 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 We've got crystal gloves for Tifa. Da 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 da. Da 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 Set a materia. What are we putting in the air? Increase level of linked materia by 1. Warding. Reduce debuff duration. Okay. La 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 la. Crystal sword. Oh, she has the crystal gloves. Oh. Final Fantasy VII. I think there was never a Final Fantasy on the first place. Yeah, the fantasy will never be final. It will always go and continue. Cleansing. Cleansing. Cleansing everything. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. MP up. No. What? Do we have some health up or something? Yep. Binding berserk. Let's. I don't know. How about let's go with this? I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Increases limit break damage by 10%. Enhance elements. Let's go with this, I guess. I think you were a Disney princess in a previous life when you sing like that. I'm a reincarnation of a Disney princess actress. Like the scene on Snow White when she goes to the well. Well, that is what I had in mind. The problem is that I don't remember the lyrics at all. It's just an empty melody that's in my brain. Upgrade! The door is closed. You shall not pass. Murasaki. Commissioner. Okay. Do you know other songs like Who Let the Dogs Out? Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Or I'm blue, da ba dee da ba da. Yeah, but also just kind of, you know, it's rappy. It just doesn't stick. And I don't like Oppan Gangnam Style. No offense. It's not my favorite. My neck, my back, everything hurts. I'm blue, da ba dee da ba da, da ba dee da ba da, da ba dee da ba da. Zach! Oh no! Wait. Wasn't it the other way around? Tell her. He remembers. He remembers. Oh my god, he remembers. Where's Yuffie running to?
ティファは覚えてたんじゃないか。だから
触れない方がいいのかなって。
Don't make me sad.
友達だった。それなのに忘れるなんて。
It's Mako. It's not your fault.
劣化か。俺も空っぽでさまようのか。
違うよ。クラウドは思い出したんだよ。よかったじゃない。うん。よかった。
そうだな。ザックスのことエアリスにも伝えないとな。
うん。でも私に任せてくれる？
ああ。
Because she remembers.
友達だからね。ねえ、まだ？ごめん、すぐ行く。
Yuffie is like the little sister that's annoyed that the older ones are just kind of lagging behind. Stop stopping all the time. Do you know that yodeling song? What yodeling sound? The one with a Japanese guy who's yodeling? Or other yodeling songs? Because there's plenty of yodeling sounds. Yeah, exactly. No, I don't. Because somebody showed it to me at some point. I don't know. I never learned to yodel. We're too far away from the yodel places. We don't yodel in the north. Yodel, except for, you know. Nobody. Extend input timing window for precise defense. Is Hungary next to Italy? No. I don't think they have a border. No. Dude, there's a whole freaking Austria in the way. And Slovenia. Slovenia is there. Oh, right. I completely forgot Slovenia existed. Oh, sorry. Slovakia is on the other side. Slovenia is down there. And Italy is... It's Italy, Austria, Slovenia, and Hungary is over here. I've been lied to my entire life. Well, no, I don't think so. Because when Hungary and Austria were one kingdom, not kingdom, what is it? Kaiserreich. Whatever it is, kingdom. Let's say kingdom. It was touching Italy, I guess. But it was still Austria that was touching it. Not actually Hungary. It was just one country. da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. When I was just a little girl, I asked my mother, what would life bring? Will I be pretty? Will I be rich? Here's what she said to me. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. I'm looking at a map over Hungary and Germany. Yeah. Why is there like a small little country between Germany and Poland? A small little country? What are you talking about? Poland and Germany are touching. What? Yeah, I'm looking at the map. A small country. What are you talking about? Middle Germany? Do you mean Berlin? Where are you posting it? Oh, there. Oh, that's what. that's the Czechoslovak. What was it called in English? Czech Republic? No. It was once Czechoslovakia, which was the country above Hungary and that country. And then they separated, and now it's Czech. I don't know how to pronounce it in English. Sorry, or say it. And Slovakia is over Hungary. It's always been there. It didn't just suddenly pop up there. I thought Czechoslovakia was further south. No, that's Slovenia. Oops. I found an elixir. Ooh. It's yummy and helps me. Ooh. Aw, damn guys, why are you still here again? Dude, I just noticed yesterday that Albania is in Europe, so you know what? You're fine. Hey David, how are you doing? I'm okay.
苦しい。早めに抜けるぞ。濃すぎる魔法は危険だ。
Yay! Mako stinkity stunk. It's a double brain. Twin brain. Oh no, it's a twin brain. Twin brain. It's a little twin brain. Oh no. Ooh. Albania is in Europe, yes. It's beneath Horvatország. Herzegovina. Not that was how it was called. Wait a second. Croatia, Bosnia, and Herzegovina. Never mind. It's what it is actually called. No, wait. Montenegro, and Serbia, which is also apparently in Europe. Bosnia, Herzegovina. It ain't Herzegovina. I don't know. It's Bosnian and Herzegovina in a German. And underneath it's Montenegro, and then is Albania. North Macedonian. Dear Lord! Did I not learn these? Tirana. Skopje. Budva? I did not learn these. I know Greece. I know Bulgaria. I know Romania. Ukraine. Moldau. I thought that was a river. Okay, lovely. Dude. Did something change, or am I dumb? I'm probably dumb. North Macedonian. Where the fuck is that coming from? Macedonia? Why is it north? Where's South Macedonia? Is that Greece? Dude, I feel like a dumbass. Sofia. I know freaking Bulgarian thing. I don't know Macedonia. Kosovo. Wasn't there a war going on? Kosovo? Dude, wait a second. I feel so dumb. Kosovo Krieg. 1999, yeah. 1998, 1999. Dude, I was a child and I still remember that. Yugoslavian. Wait a second. Yugoslavia? Where's Yugoslavian? Kosovo is now a country? Since 2008. Dude, I stopped learning about the freaking geography in 2008. Where the fuck is the Yugoslavia? Wait, is Yugoslavia like Scandinavia? Holy crap. Did I just miss a whole bunch of freaking European history? When did all this happen? Oh my god. What? Oh dear lord. I'm in food coma, but good. Yay, food coma. Bosnia, the place where World War I started. Wait, in Bosnia? Thought it was in Austria. I know the city name, I can't think of it right now, but I thought the city was somewhere specific. Okay, maybe I mixed that up. Can we trade Alabama for Albania? No, we don't want Alabama. Dude, who wants Alabama? I've stopped learning European geography. It changes every 100 years anyway. As if you were living that long. How do you keep up? By, I don't know. Listening to news apparently. Which I missed. How do you pick up that? Fiutini, the Balkans are weird. Dude. Half of it did not exist in my brain. Did I pick up my atlas? Wait a second. When did I go to school? When did I get the atlas rather? 2004 edition atlas. What is the company called? Dirke? Nein. Dirke Atlas? Dirke Weltatlas. Ja. Europa. Okay, I need to know now. What did I learn? Okay. Europe. From what date is this? I don't know. Österreich, Ungarn. Okay, no, that's too far back. I'm getting distracted. Tell me to stop. Please, somebody take this away from me. Ah.
He is coming.
Cover your butt.
Cover your butt.
Dicks! Okay, maybe 2004 world map. No, Europe map, sorry. Europe map.
Hurry! People are clicking off! Ow! They're watching cat videos!
Ow!
Okay, I put it away. Okay, I'm sorry. Close your eyes and then place the phone on the desk. Cover your eyes. I can't if I can't read the text. I just Thank you, Metal. Stop. I think it happened the past weeks. Yes, the whole freaking Europe map completely changed in the last 2 weeks. Or past few weeks, I guess. I don't know. This is the wrong direction, by the way. Stagger! Oh, I didn't do the ability thingy for Tifa. Holy crap. There's an ad now. I know, I know. I know. Dude, I'm fighting so hard with myself not to pick up the phone and look at maps again. I'm a menace. Oops, don't die, I guess. La 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 la. Makkerspring. What? This is where we came from. I'm going the wrong direction. Ta la 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 la. I think those who made the borders for the countries and new countries is trying to disrupt this research with ads. It's either the Soviets or the Americans who are making an internet attack right on this website, right on this stream, or maybe it's just the Illuminati, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? They're watching us anyway. That looks suspicious. Let's save. La 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 la. I'll be something. Is that from Game of Thrones? Yeah. I love how you're always guessing the songs when I'm just popping out some. Oh, that's so cool. Guess the song with Teeny's brain. Starring Teeny's brain. Teeny's mouth, that is translating.
Sephiroth! これ全部マテリアなの？5年前よりすごいね。
Do you remember? Very first day of September.
天然のマテリアだ。
Ay, ay.
マテリアは魔法エネルギーが凝縮されたもの。
Astounding.
自然の状態でここまでになるには、一体どれほどの時間がかかるのか。
Cloud.
ねえ、先へ行こう。この辺りも濃いよね。
賛成。
Shit. Oh my god. Okay, I'm fairly sure they're gonna leave us with a freaking insane cliffhanger at the end of this game, and I'm already upset before it even happened. I don't know how I will deal with that, honestly. Did they say how long it's gonna take for the development of the next part? Because weren't they doing something weird? Isn't that I have autism, and with great autism comes great autism. With great autism comes no wait, with great ADHD comes bad memory, but also good memory. Depends. Oops. I didn't do the ability again. It's not September. Well, it's fine, because I always understood the lyrics to say, do you remember the very first night of December? Or whatever the heck. It's broken. Definitely broken. I always understood December. The 21st night. Oh, 21st night it is, rather, not very first night. I understood very first night of December for whatever reason. I'm not good with understanding lyrics, by the way, if that was not clear. I have a very big repertoire on misheard lyrics. Also misheard text if people talk to me. What? Tifa! What? If we get past this part. What? What? Oh, dear lord. This looks like a death trap. Yeah, that's not how you throw that. Well, why are we climbing up and not swinging? Swinging! I'm swinging in the rain. Just swinging in the rain. Would you like to swing on a star? Carry moonbeams home in a jar. Would you like to swing on a star? Or would you rather be a pig? A pig is an animal with fur on its face. Its shoes are a terrible disgrace. You may grow up to be a pig. God dang it. Holy yay! Oh! I'm not good with 70s songs. Oh no. Is that from the 70s? I don't know. Could be. Have you heard the expression, if you have met one autistic person, then you have just met one autistic person? I think I've heard something like that before. But I think that was with something else than autism. I don't know. Oh, for goodness sake, can you just stop? Come here. Yeah. The saying goes like that because people with autism was vastly different from one another because of the vast range of each part of the spectrum. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's basically turned the... If you've met one of them, you've met all of them or something around. Because, yeah, I get it. I know! Screamer! Can you stop hitting me? Stop! Don't go breaking my heart! With those little shady things in your face.
連携しよう。
私に任せて。チャンスだよ。当てる。行こう。今だ。乗ってきてね。お願い。分かった。
Holy mother of fools!
そこ。仕留めた。行こう。力になって。当てる。いや。もう。やるよもう。やり。これ。蹴散らす。行くよ。ほっ。攻めてこう。分かった。そこ。やる。
We could use some healing, please. Thank you very much. I can't write. I'm wondering. Yeah. What are you wondering? Okay, this is weird. Which direction do I go? I can't choose.
このルートはさすがにガイドしたことないな。ユフィ、大丈夫？これぐらい楽勝。ウータイにはもっとすごいのがあるよ。断崖絶壁に巨大なダチャウ様が掘ってあってね。忍びの修行でそこを登らされんの。辛かったけど、ご褒美があったから。ご褒美？
Materia.
ダチャウもね。
Oh,
ゴ
okay.
ールしたらもらえるの。は？ここ登り切ったら二人にもあげようか？遠慮しとく。
Yay, treasure chest. How did you manage to create such a nice, warm and welcome space on a small part of the internet? What's your secret? Failure. Lots of failure and 4 years. It was a lot more stressful back in the days. Back in the days. It sounds like I'm old. I am old. No, it honestly depends on who comes in, I think. Also, you know, as I've grown older, I have become a bit more open with whatever I'm struggling with. I think I haven't been, you know, as talkative about my depression and everything as I am right now. I have been open about it, but, you know, we haven't had as many discussions, I think. Oh, I don't actually remember. Because I mean, now I've done 3 years of therapy before I had just begun with the first year. So I didn't know much yet. I was still learning. I was still a Padawan. And now I'm an older Padawan. Or something. I don't know. You're so strong to be open about your depression. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but thank you very much. It is something. Dear Lord, how do I get there? How do I get over there? Dear Lord. Now you are Yoda, strong as Yoda, wise as Yoda, but roughly 3 times the size of Yoda. Or 4. You don't look like Yoda though, since you're not green. Well, I might be a bit green. Who knows? Oh dear Lord Geralt. I was about to call him Geralt. Oh wait, why is this? Oh no, it's already open. Oh no, squats, really? Give me a moment. I figured since Cloud was getting a climbing workout, you could join him. You know what? I'm gonna do the squats, and then I'm gonna hang myself up. No, I was gonna hold on. Oh my god, no, I was gonna hold on to the pull-up bar, for fuck's sake. I didn't mean that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, no. Bathroom break, pull-up bar. I didn't mean to hang myself. Oh, holy crap. When the words are so close together. Joy, where is my shoe? Have you taken my shoe? Have you
Have you taken my shoe? Yes, you have.
Dear doggy. You dear doggy. Okay, I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break. And pull-up bar. Fucking hell. pigeons? Are there 5 pigeons? The 5th one is alone. It's so sad. Super squats aren't that bad. Are they? Are you sure? I mean, how do you say that then? You're gonna hang yourself on the pull-up bar. I mean, you're hanging. It's not, you know? It's not pulling up, because I can't pull up. I'm just working on just hanging. Dangling. How about dangling? Does that sound less stressful? Or stressing? Or, you know, scary? Whatever. Materia. When things are dangling. I mean, it's not things I'm dangling. Bang ring. Do 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 do. Wah 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 wah. I don't know the lyrics. I keep forgetting. And there's a big dragon. Seriously? Seriously. We're gonna fight a freaking dragon. I hate this. I hope it's not timed. Please don't be timed. Dragoon! Oh shit. Do we have SS? Assess the S. Weakness, of course. Incinerators. Oh no, don't kill her. Ah. Somersault. Somersaulted. Ooh-ee. Okay, ice. Weakness! Oh, weakness! I found your weakness, you little dragon. Cyclone kick. Dragoon. Focus thrust. Dragon is down. English is weird sometimes, I guess. Here we say hang on the thing. I'm gonna hang on myself.
紫って名前なんだ。
紫？
それがどうした？
いや、ウータイっぽい名前だなと思って。
戦争の前は移住者も少なくなかった。2世や3世が神羅にいてもおかしくはない。
そっか。神羅にもウータイ人がいるんだ。
Okay. Hang on. I mean, how do you say it in German? Ich häng mich dran. I hang myself onto it. Which does not sound good in English. It just sounds like I'm gonna, you know. Yeah. Why is English so weird? Do, do, do. Are we there yet? Oh, slide down the pipes. Okay, I assume the pipes are not gonna go the same way. They're gonna come out at different spots and we're gonna get separated. I'm just sure about that. Also, I don't know. Why are you under the thing? Are you okay? Weird hair. It's tickling me. No. Okay. Do we have to transmute something? How do I transmute this? I need Saint Lucia leaves. Okay. Well, I guess I ran out of them. Oh, I need 3 for those? Oh, damn, that's expensive. Oh, no, never mind. I always need 3 of them. Dreither! Oh, Tifa learned the thing. Unfettered Furia. I'll be at your side. Okay. Head over. Let's head down there. Zoom. Okay. I did not play OG7, no. Hey, by the way, Pokeweeks. Sorry. Hi. No, I did not.
I did not.
Only saw a bit of it, but I haven't actively played it. Oh dear lord, there's a lot of boxes there. Okay, one of these is gonna probably lead to something evil. This is evil. It's way too long. Never mind. I guess not. Coming down the pipeline. I like it a lot. And I'm super invested in the whole Zack Cloud story thing, and I'm just I don't like that I have to wait another part to what is coming down here to figure out everything. Is this a dead end? No. Weird. Also personally, I don't know why, it might be, what did I say? I don't know why. Maybe because I already knew, Cloud, Tifa, and Yuffie, also Ares, from, both the movie, Tifa movie, and from Cloud, obviously. Don't know about Ares. I think Ares was in a movie. I don't know. Anyway, and Kingdom Hearts. So I already was invested in the characters in the first place, but I feel it's more fun than Final Fantasy 15 most of the time. You know, because there's, I don't know, some things in 15 weren't fun, but at the same time it was a very cool story. 15, that is. So I don't know. 10 was weird, but it was fun. But also so much grinding, holy crap. So much grinding. Yeah, last one, We Pray, is only 2 years away. Was that an intentional rhyme? Well, I got the plat trophy for this game. Holy crap. Fuck this game. Dude, no. No, 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 no. And never. I would go crazy for that shit. As in, to finish that. Well, shit. You can break it. So it's for something to climb up on. This is something to climb up on. Never mind. Can they not climb over it? You restored power to the facility. How? How the heck did I do that? I didn't do anything. Just because I opened the door? That makes no sense. Yeah, Queen's Blood is a lot of fun, actually. Some of the other minigames, not so much. Stop. Stop. Oh shitty doodle. Puppy. Well, that frog one pissed me off. Oh, dude, the frog. The frog. Hell no. Staff only. Hello.
でもよく考えたらウータイにも元神羅の人がいるからお互い様か。ほら前に話したでしょ。暫定政府を作ってくれたサンバガラスとスフール総督のこと。そういえばサンバガラスのグレン大佐も神羅から抜けた元ソルジャーって言ってたからクラウドと一緒だね。
一緒にするな。
ウータイに来たら紹介してあげようか。あ、そのまま暫定政府に入っちゃう？
Yuffie is kinda I don't know. She's a bit odd at times. You know what annoyed me was the protoletic or whatever the heck they're called, proletic mini games. We don't have the Murasaki ID. Yuffie's awesome. She makes me laugh. Yeah, she's adorable. She's a bit of dorky. Dorky. But also sometimes she's a bit odd. Very odd. Proto-relic. Proto-relic. Protoletic. Oh, dear Lord. Oh dear. Yeah, protoletic, exactly. That's what it is, a protoletic.
Hallo, Puppy. Oh, Puppy. Oh, Joy. Hallo, meine kleine Babymaus. Hallo, meine kleine Maus. Hallo. 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 Hallo, what's the los? What's the los? Oh, you gotta knead the puppy. You gotta knead it really well. Kneading. Oh, like dough. Like a little bread. Ow. Nom, 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 nom.
Reading is hard sometimes, it's okay. It's not the reading part, it's the recollection part. It has been erased from my memory. Hello. Why are you turning me around? Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening to your little oofing. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, but that's something. Damn that Miss One, that bad, you just threw it out the brain. Yeah, the Miss One is very bad.
ねえ、いい考えじゃない？ごたごたが全部片付いたらさ、みんなでウータイに来ればいいじゃん。で、暫定政府の
Writing is difficult, I know.
神羅と戦うの。神羅軍を次々と壊滅していく最強のユフィ部隊。それを指揮するのは美少女隊長のユフィ。かー。映画化間違いなし。ね、よし。そうと決まったらさっさとごたごたを片付けちゃおう。
勝手に決めるな。
Please shut up. Cloud, don't be so mean. Oh my god. That was so bad. Jojo, geh ins Bettchen. Ja, prima. I was typing fast because I'm gaming. Of course. High macro emission zone of exposure can pose serious health risks. Okay. Oh! Well, that's just a normal box. Yay. Yeah, no, it was some of them were really annoying. Also, you know, the whole having to redo them. Just nope. Big nope. Are they still there? Oh no, they're Wutai.
忍びだよ。ウータイの。これ戦争？私の任務どうなっちゃうの？方針変更？聞いてないよ。
I mean, didn't you run away alone?
今は休戦中だよね。
そのはずだ。でもどうだろうと。死んだ奴らには同じことだ。行くぞ。紫を探そう。
Who the heck is Murasaki?
始めたんだ。始まったんだ。
She's so strong.
どうしてこん
Oh, little baby.
何も聞いてないの？知らないよ。何が起きてるのか全然わかんない。私まだ何にも役に立ってない。
俺たちの役には立ってる。冷静にな。
わかってる。
Why did the subtitles say whatever, but she said I understand or I got this or I got it or whatever the heck. Whatever sounds kind of like I don't care. Is that the intention? Then the whatever was said was kind of off. It's so confusing sometimes how the subtitles are sometimes kind of the opposite. I'm confused. Very weird. Wish somebody had explained it. Yee. Yee. Zingor, zingor, zingor. Majoran. Okay. Okay, save so nothing bad happens. Bad happens. You know, I thought we were looking for the black materia, but it does not feel like it anymore. At this point. And this is very dark. I can't see shit. Can you see shit? I don't think you can see shit, because I can't see shit. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Meow, 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 meow. This is not what the Mako thing reactor looked like when we last were here. Oh, it's a brick wall. Interesting. Oh. Stop shouting, Yuffie. It's gonna be spiders. Spider pig, spider pig. Or not. It's an octopus. Or not. What the fuck is that? Diabolic variant. Oh, cool. Toxic Mire! Oh shit. How do I look at the thing again? There. Ice. Ice, ice. Snow flurry. Oh shit, don't eat her. Don't eat her. Don't eat her, please. That would be very kind of you. Thank you very much. Kill the arm, 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 kill the arm. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Whoop. Holy mother of shit. Okay, spells. Spells! We need to heal, please! Oh, lovely. We're all poisoned. Ain't no way the game has advanced. Thank you for being so... I don't know. Oh, bitch. Chakra. Bitch, what is shooting at me? There are two of them? Oh, there are two of them. There's two of them. Give me a doppelganger, actually. How about that? Holy mother of shit, I lost Yuffie. Yep. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, items. Heal, heal, heal. Mega, mega, mega potion. Oh no, missed. Okay. Synergy ability, cyclone kick, right arm of that thing. Spells. Limit somersault at the body always. Did it die? Did it die? Why the heck are there two again? So many fruit! Hey Atrocious! How are you doing? Yes, I'm not doing any mini games. I'm actually progressing in the main story. I failed. I'm so confused by what's going on. Okay, I need item mist. Death. I don't know what was going on. It's so weird. Oh, you don't say. Thank you, Tifa, for that insight. Can we get back up? Because there was a bench up there. Yay! Elevator! There's no music. That's not elevator music. I don't know what that was. Yeah. It's way too quiet. There's no awkward standing around and shuffling and humming of the random music. Wall push-ups, seriously. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And hello, puppy.
Hello. Hello. Hi, baby. Ab ins Bettchen. Ab ins Bettchen. Bettchen. Na los. Hoppla, hoppla. Nein, nicht auf den Stuhl. Auf den Stuhl. Prima. Big baby.
Oh, terrible developers can't even make the music right. Horrible! Sarcasm. Need to get strong for walkies. You know, at some point I will add a pull-up bar to the redeems, but at this point that is too exhausting. Also, you know, the walking pad. Once it arrives. You're trying to get swole? No, I'm just trying to have actual muscles and not noodle arms. Or just, you know, incorporate exercise where possible, because I'm not gonna do exercise anywhere else. You know? I do not have time for exercise, so I need to, you know, incorporate it into the things I'm already doing, like working. Or streaming. But I can't hang myself on the pull-up bar while working, you know? That's not possible. But every time I go to the bathroom, I could you know, dangle myself up there. Oh, that is a dead person. Never mind. Voluntary exercise is not fun, exactly. That thing must have been done. What? What thing? Zoom! Wasn't this reactor broken?
Hi, you baby. Oh, my cutie pie. My little cutie boy. Don't, no, no. No, no. Stop it. Stop it. We're not chewing on my bracelet. And we're also not scratching. Ow. Let go. Let go. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, little baby. Little baby.
All right. Shit is gonna go down in a moment. Shall we wait a few seconds for the ad to be over? Stream every day. You'll get exercise. I mean, I'm currently streaming every day. Not gonna do that regularly though. Only during vacation. Otherwise, I will die. Maybe. I don't know. Potentially.
Welcome back from the ad. It's a cutscene.
Oh, it's her father. Or not. It is? How is he still there after 5 years? Okay, maybe I think she's just hallucinating. It's Murasaki, okay. Yeah.
奥も確認しておこう。生存者がいるかもしれない。
There might be survivors. Ah, doubt. Yanova! Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Yuffie! Is he gonna be all possessed again? Please don't. Okay, no, it's just a memory. They're going through so much trauma. Where might you be?
そっちは
役場ですわ。何かお手伝いできるかと思って魔航路の端末にアクセスしてみたんですが、あ、紫班には会えましたか？
Yeah, he did.
死んでいた。ウータイと戦闘があったようだ。
なんと。ややこしいことになる前に信頼式の端末借りちゃいましょう。カードキーはあります？
ああ。
カードキー。
あ、じゃあその端末に差し込んでください。こっちで遠隔操作して屋敷の門開けてみますわ。バッチリですわ。先に屋敷
Get in there, my son. What?
わかった。
Sephiroth Slay.
はいな。
またね。
Cheerio. He's gonna go up there. He is going to go up there. He's not. This is how you learn fluent Japanese, I swear. How? Cheerio? Or my son?
まず端末を探しましょう。クラウド班たちが戻るまでにちゃちゃっと見つけますぜ。
了解。
お前はクラウドたちを待て。合流できたら俺たちのところへ連れてこい。その花でたどれんだろ。お前にしかできねえから頼んでるんだ。
ならば仕方あるまい。
ほら、行きましょう。
Oh, I'm playing as Keith Sid? No way. Really? For fuck's sake. Seriously? The game. The whole game. I mean, I'm not gonna learn from this dude. I mean, Kansai Ben is just gonna confuse me. You get to be the cat. Yes, no. I don't want to be a cat. I don't want to be a cat. Stop it. I don't want to be the cat. Ah. When in open spaces, hold R2 while moving to have Keith Sith roll. Collides with an object while rolling, he will fall over and take a moment to recover, so make sure not to run into anything if you want to keep your momentum. Of course. Red, stop it! Are you insane? You're pushing me into shit. Where am I going? Warning, head to Shinra Manor. I'm doing that, am I not? No, I'm not. What the heck is this? But cat. Cat. Wait, but is Red not in the team? Why? But Red is here. Why did Red go? He left. This was weird. I'm confused. I don't want to be the cat.
I don't want to be the little cat. I don't know why I have to be the damn cat.
Finish off an enemy. Moogle magic. Pedometer pin. 1 gil for every 100 steps taken. Wow. You know how there are YouTube tutorials for programming, right? Maybe there is a YouTube tutorial on how to sleep within 5 seconds. Let me send you a link. Or share a link, whatever. The fuck? Okay,
I wanna dance with somebody.
Okay. Copy link. Surprisingly, this has been working kind of well for me. How do I get in chat here? There. Did it work? Didn't. Why does it not work? Am I not logged in on Twitch, maybe? I am. Seriously? Can try here. Why can't I send a link? Test. Oh, apparently I can't chat at all. Lovely. Wait, then I've gotta solve it over the PC. Wait. Ah, dear God. Stop the I didn't do anything. What the heck? Okay, let's see if this works now. There. I couldn't write in chat via the app. It was weird. It's a 30-minute sleep music thingy. It works surprisingly well that I actually fall asleep next to it. So just put it on a low volume, and it's kind of like not white noise. You know, it is music, but it's a, I don't know, frequency that's kind of helpful with sleep, I guess. You can't use it for sleep. You were born deaf. Okay, that's a problem. Oh, you're joking. For fuck's sake! I mean, you're listening to me. Why am I? I'm apparently also sleepy because I didn't even think about it. I mean, the subtitles suck ass, so obviously you would understand me. No. No, my brain is not functioning. Dude, if I were logically thinking about it. I tried I tried to think about it for a moment. It didn't make sense, so I thought, well, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Oh, dear Lord. Oh my God. Yeah, no, so, yeah. Dude, try the music. Try the music. Also, why the fuck is it so warm? Ew. Saw the subtitle on Discord. Yeah, yeah. No, it's so weird. I don't know why it doesn't understand. I mean, it's bad. It's super bad. Okay, I think I reached the point where my brain is just kind of slow. Because I was staring at the text and I was just kind of thinking. I like your facial expression when you try to make sense of it all. It was just... Okay. And then the back is just bop, 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 error, error, error. Boop, 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 boop. It was a nice try, yeah. I mean, I think it's fairly easy to get me with jokes, cause I'm it takes me a while. Problem with my humor is that it's on the expense of other people, like on the expense of deaf people. I mean, I don't think that's the definition of the expense of somebody. Because I mean, you're not making fun of them. You just use something that is not the case. I don't know, honestly. I mean, if I were to... I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think I'm awake enough to actually think about it. I also have problems with less obvious sarcasm. It also, I mean, I use sarcasm. I can't understand it sometimes. Have a good sleep. Take good care of yourself, wizard. See you soon, hopefully. But otherwise, take care of yourself. Have a good rest. You still sleep. You should sleep too. Yeah. Apparently, because my brain is kind of lagging behind. I wasn't even aware of it, but it's somehow set in, just kind of up. I don't know where that came from, honestly. You're welcome. I hope I hope it helps. Also try out other, just look for sleep music. There are some different ones, and they have different frequency thingies that it's kind of, you know, might lull you in a bit of a sleep. They have an ad at the beginning, but there's no ads at the end of it, and there's no jump scares. I wouldn't share those. Don't worry about it. I don't like them either. Dude, what I hate is when I listen to something in the background, a video or something, while I try to sleep, and I get an ad for a horror movie. A horror movie in the middle of the night. Yes, of course I want to have creepy jump scares at 2 a.m. Fuck you, YouTube. Holy crap, you can't even block those properly. Oh my god. Like, I sleep for 3 hours and then suddenly someone screams. No, it's only 30 minutes. I actually fall asleep in those 30 minutes. I just have to think of putting the thing on. Also turn off autoplay so you don't accidentally get some weird other videos. You know, that might have been bad. I think I saved for the 4th time now. I'll be at your side. Do, 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 do. I'll be at your side. Do, 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 do. Wasn't this haunted or something?
はあ、ずいぶん金のかかった内装じゃねえか。あちこちボロボロだけどよ。
かれこれ築50年ほどになりますやろか。
ここどんなお屋敷？
僕も詳しくは知りませんけど、村に黒マントの人たちぎょうさんおりましたやろ。
関係あんのか。
ここは北条博士が実験に使ってたと聞いたことがあります。
ろくでもねえな。
That was just a rumor. Moss Agate. Okay. Nyang. There's a song. Wait. Fuck. Okay, I think that should be enough as a reminder. I don't know. Yeah. 3? What? You know, it's weird that he has a big, he has a normal-sized hitbox. That makes no sense. He should be able to fit through smaller spaces. Thanks for a wonderful day as usual, Teeny, and I hope for more great days to come. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you had a fun time, and have a good sleep. Take good care of yourself. Also hydrate before going to sleep. That also helps a bit, you know, because you dehydrate during sleep. So take good care of yourself, and I hope you get some rest. Bonk. Sometimes I feel like I mother too much. I'm always a bit of a mother hen here. Take good care of yourself and drink enough water, and you know, I like taking care of people. I'm sorry if it's too much. Bye bye. Press the button. Oh. That looks like a monster room, monster room, monster room.
Wow, すごい。
ガキの秘密基地かよ。
Uh-oh.
危険な罠かもしれません。
Camera.
試しに僕が行ってみますわ。
Nay bother.
なんや？
我が屋敷へようこそ。
Oh, here he is.
君たちがどこの誰かは知らんが、残念ながらここは放棄された施設でね。あさったところで有益なものは残されていないと思うが。
あ、これただの管理 AI です。
ただ少しばかり思い出深い場所でね。我が物顔で踏み荒らすのは勘弁してもらいたい。というわけでだ。不届き者はお引き取り願おう。
Oh shit! That was creepy. I saw one. Is he okay? Don't walk into the light. What's with the subtitles? All it said was "Oi! Oi!" Don't walk into the light. Seriously?
閉じ込められちゃったみたい。
AI かなんだか知んねえが、北条は北条ってこった。
I mean, Eris would fit, and Keith sit.
あのダクト、僕やったら通れるかも。僕、ちょっと行ってきますわ。
I don't like this. Wait, rolling does not seem like the safest thing, you know? Sneaking would be safer. Also, Barrett can shoot that thing! Ew! Where the heck am I? Are we climbing up? Where are we warning? So that's where to save the others. Are you kidding me? Guess I could try to kill them. Well, that's a weird way of fighting. Oh, right. Stand on that pressure plate there. Well, switch place too high for Keitse to reach or an object too heavy for him to move. Have to rely on his Moogle. Press up, materialize, and do the heavy lifting. Should you run out of boxes, simply step on the blinking switch. Okay. Bro. What do I do? I guess I have to throw that at that thing?
どんな調子だ?
そっちから開けられない?
Well, that didn't work. Oh, okay.
うまくいったね。
ここは全部僕に任せてください。さあ、先へ進みましょう。
So weird. Golden megaphone, yay, because that's exactly what I need. More megaphones. Hey, yo. Can I not switch the leader or something? Yeah, no. Does that work? Party? Okay, I can't. Seriously? Also, Barrett is missing a materia. What the heck? Why? That's weird. Fortune telling. Bats. Okay. Condor cedar. Whack it. Was I supposed to do that? I don't think so. Yes, nope. I was not. Eh. Type things. So near yet so far. Try throwing boxes at obstacles. Yay. You know, I could just shoot stuff. That would probably also help. How the heck? Hold the blue portion of the... Oh, what? Oh, I was using it incorrectly. Wait, then let's go back first. I did it wrong. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Oops. Well, that didn't work out. Hey, Juan! Welcome back. How's it going? I'm trying to hit that box, but it doesn't work. Okay. Am I doing this right? Going to go out for a walk. Yay, walk sounds good. I am apparently tired. Because I've been having some thinking problems. But otherwise, I'm doing great. Seriously? Okay, I take it back. I'm annoyed. You know, it would be so easy if freaking Barrett would just get the stick out of his ass and shoot the stupid box. I mean, seriously, what the heck? There we go. Okay, there we go. I hope you may get some time to rest your mind later, then thank you. I will do that. Bit earlier this time as well. We okay? Are we gonna get attacked? No. Okay, not what I was supposed to do. Seriously, can't we just... Oh my god. This feels like useless mechanics. I mean, look at that shit. I could just walk up there. There's no need for me to actually throw this shit. No cursing for 10 minutes. What? What did do? Okay, no cursing. Starting now. How does that work properly? It's fine. I can curse. Not curse. You know, it's not like I'm struggling with that or anything. It's not like that box is not completely useless. And this whole mechanic is kind of useless. This is a family-friendly channel now. God is watching the stream. I highly doubt it. I mean, I've been also trying to curse less, so, you know, it's, but it is not easy. With all the nonsense that is going on in the games, Are you kidding me? This game is just trying to laugh in my face.
Neko no honki misemasu ne. Ei! Gaha! Ei! Hoi!
Hoi!
かましてくれ。息上がってるんとちゃう？ごめんやで。にゃ。にゃにゃ。た。ボッコボコにしますぜ。ほい。出たとこ勝負や。僕働いたんとちゃいます？
Proficiency bonus gained. Okay, okay, okay. So I can switch it now. Oh, seriously? Mughal Vanguard. Cool. Do I have to hit it? You do not hit valves. The gate is closed. Oh, you don't say. Oh dear. Ying 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 ying. New Year holiday. Oh. Yay. Well, I am going to do a stream, a New Year stream again. My brother plans to, fudge. Have, New Year's Eve dinner with me. Cause we're gonna do fondue, and fondue is more fun with the two people. Let's go. But afterwards I'm gonna play, and I don't entirely know what to play yet. But we're gonna have a New Year's stream. And yeah, that's the plan so far. And on New Year's Day, friends, yes. That's a lot of boxes. At some point I've also gotta play D&D with my friends. But I don't know when. It's just not that weird. I mean, I don't have the feeling that it's Friday either, so I'm very confused by the weekdays right now. Vacation is breaking my weekday understanding. Holy crap. Yeah. Also gotta work out the. Oh damn! I didn't do the thing. We need a. The poll. I need to create the poll for the movie night. Yeah. Well, I'm going to travel to visit my uncle, aunt and cousin shorter before New Year's. Well, that sounds fun. Probably. I hope you're having a lot of enjoyable time with them. Don't go there since I was. Oh, okay. So you haven't seen them since then? Oopsie daisy. Have you talked to them before? I mean, apart from when you were 12?
発電機の動作不良を確認。現在ゲートをロックしております。赤く点灯している発電機に魔法促進剤を投入してください。
Throw something at the thing so it works again. Of course. Well, that didn't work. I actually have seen approximately one time per year since they always traveled back to my state for Christmas and now New Year's. Okay. Did I swear? Dude! But do I have to throw it inside the Trichter? Can you just jump down? Thank you. Yay!
魔法濃度の上昇を確認。引き続き魔法促進剤を投入してください。
Wait, I need more? Seriously? Well, that didn't work. Lovely. Hold my Rasengan! This part was the bane of my existence. Yeah, I get it. This is also so stupid. Just it's unnecessary. Holy crap. There. Please tell me I don't have to do this a third time. Thank you. Yeah, no, also the touchpad is good for some things and the stick is good for other things. It's so annoying. Ah. Damn me, I keep forgetting the words while typing. That makes me mad. It's okay, I didn't notice, so let's assume you didn't swear. Yay! Hooray. I mean, I also see my Hungarian family mainly one time a year. It's very rarely that I actually see them twice. So, I get it, Juan. Nom 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 nom. How are you liking the game so far besides this part? Besides this part, I like it a lot. What is it called again? Proto-relic stuff is annoying. The minigames connected to it also, some of them. Otherwise, the story, I love the story. I absolutely love the story. Love the characters, obviously. And I want to know how it's ending and how it's continuing in the next part, but also, yeah. Some of these things are unnecessarily annoying. Especially the minigames. Just holy crap. Seriously? Stop! Don't die, please. Drop kick! Holy crap. Moogle kaboom! Why is the Moogle gone? Why is the Moogle separated? Oh, I've got the bonus thingy, magic mog box. Materia level up! Woo-wee. Personally, I thought I wouldn't like Queen's Blood going into Rebirth, but I ended up enjoying it quite a bit. Dude, same. Queen's Blood is actually a fun minigame compared to some of the other ones. you know. And I'm also curious how that ends, because that is getting spookier by the minute. What am I doing? Right, equipment. Altruistic buff up. Increases duration of applied beneficial status effects by 25%. Selfish recovery. Yeah, it's okay. Is there any anime that you're currently watching? Currently not really. I'm currently more in the K-drama cycle again. So, no animes. Also don't have any on my... I kind of want to rewatch Tokyo Ghoul, because I only saw the first season, because the ending was kind of very traumatizing. And I could not make myself to watch the second one, because that was just kind of... I was kind of confused by where the character went. Maybe I should actually read the manga instead. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. It's a lot. I still love Tokyo Ghoul, but after season 1, all the other seasons weren't that good. Okay. Oh, I did... Oh, again, it's not anime, but I did want to rewatch... I think I've seen one Detective Conan or Case Closed, whatever movie. The one with real life action, whatever. I think I've seen one, but there are multiple. And I also want to watch the anime movies. Thank you for the follow, Holmer Razingan. But I am unsure if I should continue watching the actual anime, or if it's okay to just, you know, watch all the movies, because, you know, watching all of freaking Detective Conan is gonna take a long time, especially with subtitles, because I don't watch dubbed. It's gonna take a long time. I don't have that much time spared to just, you know, go full on binge watching again. I also forgot where I left off. I also skipped all the filler episodes, and it's still so freaking much. The ending season 1 was traumatizing, dude. Oh, yeah. I always felt sorry. I actually forgot some parts of it, so yay, I can actually rewatch it. You know, I only remember the important bit, but I don't know why it happened. So, you know, it's like re-experiencing some parts of it, I guess. Let's get re-traumatized. I always felt sorry for Kaneki and never liked that people always hated him. You mean the people in the anime, or people, humans in real life, hated on the character? No, dude, I felt so bad for him. He was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Everything went to shit, and then he's just kind of, okay, well, everybody kind of wants to eat me? People, what? Why were they hating on him? He was a good, confused character. You know, overwhelmed by the situation, which is totally perfectly normal. Do I have to open this? Because he was weak, overacting, crying baby according to the people. I mean, dude! I would be freaking out as well if there were ghouls. What do they expect? What am I doing? It's totally useless. What am I doing? Not only he became a ghoul, but had to live with a new desire to eat people. Imagine living with a desire to eat people and not wanting at the same time. Must be... Exactly! Dude, he had a freaking... whatchamacallit? An identity crisis. It also came out of nowhere because he didn't notice that was going on. So what the fuck? Poor dude. And that's why I was kind of put off by season 2 because his character completely changed. You know? Well,
またかいな。
メンテナンスモードへ移行。ダクト操作をマニュアルへと切り替えます。
Do I have to throw shit at it again?
点検を開始してください。
発電機は上の階にあるみたいですね。なるほどなるほど。ダクトを通ればなんとか。
これからどうするの？
問題ありません。僕にドーンと任せて、お二人はここで待っといてください。
Can't Barrett just throw me upstairs? I mean, look, he totally could throw the cat up there. He threw Tifa way further. Yeah, how though? Try, what did it say? Try throwing a box at the duct switch. Where is the duct switch? Is that the duct switch? That's a generator switch. That's not the duct switch. If I'm gonna say duct switch one more time, it's gonna turn into something else. Where the hell is the duct switch? And there's a freaking box! This area is pissing me off so much. Holy crap. Oh, seriously, yes. What? Is this the duct switch? Are you switching the duct? Bitch. Switch.
Yeah. ダクトを切り替えました。
I don't know if I should laugh or cry or scream. Why would the duct switch Be on the opposite side of the room. In the middle of the room. And why would I have to throw something at... Barrett is right there, for fuck's sake! He has an arm! Why do I have to switch it by throwing a freaking box at it? This makes no sense at all. Fucking Barrett, what are you doing over there? Holy shit! Also, the fucking Moogle could just grab that stupid lever and pull it instead of fucking throwing a fucking box at it. This is pissing me off so much. Fuck. Why? It makes no sense. Look at this. He just needs to lift his arm and bonk it. Am I being unreasonable here? No! What now? Throw the other shitty box on this stupid bag there. Holy crap. You know what the worst part is? You know? Not only did the developers develop this, somebody played through it and thought, that's nice. Or did they skip this part? Because they thought, well, no, this is boring, this is annoying, this is senseless. What is this freaking Switch? Dude! Oh my god. This cat is annoying me even worse than I thought it would annoy me. No, we've got a freaking kitchen laboratory thingamabobby here. What the heck? Like, they played it and were like, yeah, this'll piss them off for sure. Somebody said there. Yeah, probably. Kill the bat. There's tiny chocobo plushies coming out of there. Nyang. But they just had me cursing out my TV, dude. I haven't even started yet. Okay, that's me, okay. Bonk. Oh my god, there is a Can you just please actually hit it? That would be great. Thank you. The mines will totally fail because it's a floating one. Makes no sense to throw freaking mines. My kid, my Moogle is gone, and now I'm gonna die. Lovely, immune. What is it doing? Owie doodle! I hate this. I hate this so much. Please, somebody save me. Off. Oh my god, why is it so strong? Die! What is happening? There's 2 down and 1 1 up, 1 up. Is there another switch for this bullshit? I love the boxes. I'm gonna go throw up somewhere out of excitement for the boxes. Holy crap, I'm so happy. Never been this happy about boxes. Where is the switch? Oh, fuck. This is it, not it. Try throwing a duct switch on the asshole. Holy shit. You know, there are games where you can, you know, switch back and forth between characters. And they're doing specific jobs. They're doing tasks like flipping switches. You know? You do not need, if you have several characters, you do not need to throw shit everywhere. Why is it necessary to make this so much more complicated than it has to be? And also the freaking Moogle. Look how fucking slow it moves. Okay? And every time I fail at hitting the stupid switch or whatever the heck I have to shoot at, I just have to redo it. Why? And look at this aim. Why is it... I hold it down. It's not shooting straight, but it's shooting in a weird direction. It's so confusing. Okay, and also, what do I shoot it at? The whole box thing? The little switchy doodle? The... Is it gonna be enough? No, it's gonna fail. Okay, it worked, I guess. Cool. But why? Why? Why is it still red now? The other one turned blue. Didn't it? No, it was already blue. Then why is the switch turning colors? I don't understand. Why is it necessary? Why must we suffer through this? Lovely. Now we've got 2 of them. Just what I want. Seriously. Two of those stupid way things. Can I just not do that and instead turn on a freaking machine to get Barrett and fucking thingamabob here? Sephiroth is responsible for this section, of course. If he didn't freaking die, or whatever the fuck he did, we wouldn't have this problem. Or if he didn't screw everybody over. What happened? Great. Don't kill me, or I'm gonna get mad. Holy fuck. No, 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 no. Holy fuck! Yes, cool. Fudge. Oh dear lordy! Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die! Oh my god! Did it actually hit? It did not hit. I completely missed. Fucking hell. Why is it fucking immune to everything? Don't kill me, you ass. Why did he jump up? Die already, you stupid scale! Capital offense. What the fuck? No 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 no. I hate this place. Thank you. Kick the box.
重量測定リフトを稼働します。作業員はリフトに荷物を運んでください。
これはどないしよう。こっからあっちに箱を投げたらいけるんとちゃう
Few boxes should do the trick. A few boxes should do the trick. Fucking shit. Are you kidding me? Where do I throw the stupid boxes? Do I have to throw them into the elevator so it's heavier or what? That's so... God dang it. They're gonna break. That makes no sense. Can I just carry two of them? No, I cannot. Can I just jump into them? No, you cannot. Can Barrett come up and here throw me? No, he cannot.
規定値に達しました。作業員はリフトから荷物を下ろしてください。
What the heck is in there? Please tell me I don't have to throw things anymore. Oh no. I should have saved. Yay. Ew. Ah! The fuck is that thing? Holy crap, that's from a nightmare. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? Oh great, now we are at magic. Lovely. Can we stop? Can we stop? Stop it! No, 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 no. Ah! Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Young takes aim. Oh, lovely. Fuck. Wait, why did it die? Why did it die? How did that happen?
ちょっと休んどっただけです。さあ、早く上に行きましょう。
How did he just die? What happened? I'm very confused. Guys, please don't leave me alone again. That burns. Aim for the crates. Break the supply crates. What? Why are Barrett and Ares not doing anything? Oh my god, wait, what the fuck? I did the wrong thing. I was supposed to break the other crates. Are you kidding me? No, no. Oh my god, I hate this so much. When you misunderstand the instructions. I'm supposed to shoot 10 of them. Are you kidding me? It's failing! What the actual hell? Eris, get down! What was the point of that? Why was I supposed to do that? What was that for? All I heard was break the boxes. I saw boxes, I broke the boxes. Not those boxes, the one on the conveyor belt. What do I break them for? Was there any point in it? Was that a mini game? Was that an extra? Do I have to go back into the VOD to figure out what the fuck that was? Because I have no idea. Elevator operation suspended for safe inspection. Please wait. Break the supply crates on the conveyor belt by throwing Shinra's boxes at them. Why? I totally broke the wrong boxes the whole time. Looking at this is so fucking funny. Just why was I I seriously just for 20 seconds or something, I was just breaking the boxes that were dropped at me to throw. It was Square Enix parting gift of annoyance. Dude, no, why? It still didn't explain to me why I did that. Also, it kept failing, so fuck that. Oh my god. I can't explain the annoyance. And now we're gonna fight a freaking boss or something? Oh, dude. I'm so annoyed. I can't explain how annoyed I am. Oh my god. Is there anybody who actually thinks, yay, that was so cool? I threw boxes at other boxes and did some aiming and stuff. Barrett, can you fucking move this shit? No, cause I'm a freaking boring dude that's just standing in the way, not doing shit. Oh, now you do shit. Climb up here. God dang it. He could have just thrown me up there. I just want to get out of this place, honestly. This is so... Yeah, exactly. Pro password. Come in peace, yes, of course. Of course you do. Of course you do. Yeah, please, let me go outside. I don't...
確かこの部屋のどこかに書かれていたと思うんだ。ほら、早く探したまえ。
Okay, I thought this was gonna be timed for whatever reason. Didn't he say 4 numbers? Those are 8. Unless you count them as fucking 0 to 100 numbers. Or 99. Dude, can I not just turn around and copy the freaking numbers of the fuck? Why? Why is there no way to stupid... I cannot remember fucking 4 numbers. They're not 4 numbers. They're 4... Yeah, 4, kind of. Kind of. Fuck. Doesn't matter. Asshole. Honestly, I could have lived without this whole part.
立ち入り禁止区域だった。手に負えなくなった失敗作を保管していてね。
にゃん。
では失敗作の後始末よろしく頼んだよ。
はいはい、頼んます。
おう、気合い入れてけ。
頑張るね。よし、やっへっとりゃ。いっけ届け。やっせーの。
Mako regurgitation. Holy mother! I should not have gone here. Hey-oo-wee!
俺の見つばだ。暗いな。逃がさねえ。
私の様子変わった？
What did he do? Why did he metamorphose and shit?
ほら、行きますぜ。頑張りましょうか。よっ、蹴散らすね。それ。
Point blank.
頼んますよ。
おう、どっちはどうだ。
はいはい。
Oodie doodie.
やっへっ
はい、行くで。
いっけうわっ
Ward shift! For fuck's sake!
頼られちゃうな。通らねえ。お見舞い。
お任せあれ。いけそうかな。
頼んますよ。
どっちはどうだ。
暴れてや。
おう、任せとけ。
ごめんやで。
そっちか。はい。はい。はあ。
私の出番。おっ。そっちは大丈夫。
任せてや。じゃじゃん。ほいほい。我慢といてや。行き上がってるんとちゃう。蹴散らして。おっ。はい。行き上がってるんとちゃう。
おう。
いいとこ見せなきゃ。いっけ。これじゃダメ。
Well, that was too far away. Cool, lovely. Can we have a please a summon? That would be great.
一緒に息ぴったり。合わせよ。協力してこう。
よっしゃ、やるで。
ビリビリ
邪魔すんで。
Well, that didn't work.
それ。ほい。ありゃ。スケッピよっとらし。ヘビ見せてくれ。頼んます。
いけんだろう。
気合い気合い。よろけてる。やっ。
Don't heal, you fucking stupid specimen. Ew.
ダメかも。どうにかできる。
やったるにゃ。じゃじゃん。
飛んでけ。
ええ感じ取っちゃいます。大暴れや。頑張って。
おう、背中は任せた。
任されました。
まずは回復かな。
Holy crap, what was that?
ちょっと休憩。
おう、引っ込んどけ。よろしくな。合わせてけ。俺調子だ。ぶち込むぜ。逃がさねえぞ。
やってみる。
Oh dear lord.
任せてや。そっちか。ほーい。やっちゃってください。
俺のミス。
よいしょ。
聞いてねえか。期待してるぜ。
まずは回復かな。苦しませない。 かましちゃう？
Eris with sunglasses! Oh my god!
ちょっと
遊びはしないや。おさっとせんときや。それ。
終わらせてやら。
当たれ。
まだ
やれるだけごめん。行くよ。
どんなもんや。猫舐めたら飽きませんね。
It's not dead yet. It's not dead yet, you silly goose. Ew, it's disgusting. It's more disgusting than it was before. Ay, 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 ay. Don't kill everybody.
苦しんでる。
Oh shit, now we have to fight the arms?
地下どうにかできる。
やったるにゃ。行くで。ゲームが暴れてや。
頼られちゃうな。
ほら。
よし。た。そっちか。よし。
やりすぎや。
そっちはな。
Lovely.
Oh,
Leviathan! Can we just please use an item? Oh, heal, healing, Wayland. Yes.
なんとかしてごめん。
やったるにゃ。ほい。お。やっそれ蹴散らすで。ヘビがた。ハンマー。何すんねん。いけんだろ。
やれるだけやってみる。やっ。いっけ。やっ。
狙うぜ。
ちょっと。
ほら、行きますぜ。おりゃー。
おう、任せとけ。シャー。は。まだまだ。狙うぜ。よし。は。気合い入れ。
まずは回復かな。当たれ。えい。飛んでけ。
You oozing, oozing, we're oozing, we're oozing, we're oozing. Do not like the oozing. Can we just kill the thing?
なんとかしなきゃ。
Do we need to kill the arms? No, we do not! Silly cat.
聞いてませんわ。
ご苦労、諸君。おかげで屋敷が少しだけきれいになったよ。さて、保管していた失敗作も片付いたことだし、私もこれでお役御免だな。楽しませてもらったよ。では、またどこかで。
またね。
王女の野郎、今度会ったらあのメガネ顔面に埋めてやる。
Yeah, you do that, please. If it's actually in person, you know.
上に向かいましょうか。はよ、端末を探さんと。
Because, you know, we don't actually run into him in person, my dude. It's an elevator. Please save so it doesn't happen. Anything bad happens. Okay, there is an ad starting. Let's just start it now because we're not in a cutscene. And then we don't have it during the cutscene. Let me just maybe walk back or something and heal or some whatnot. Right.
Resting.
I don't assume that we're gonna run into a monster, but you know, we never know. I still don't know what fleeting familiar is. Buy another one. We have the money. Ooh. Owned. I'm missing Ashwood. Okay. Hades armlet. What? Since when do I have that? Ooh-wee. Garbangle. Yep. Okay. Wait. I can, I think, change equipment. Here, the resounding the crystal. Oh dear. I need more summoning materia. Let's go with this one. Do I have this? No, barrier. Okay. Damage power. Am I strategizing? Just using the ad, but the ad is over, I guess, so. Yeeh. Cost of healing spells, attack spells, let's go with that. Fafnir rifle, do I have the... No, still not. Okay. Save. Save.
Do not forget to save. Oh no.
Bonk. Oops. Hello, let's go. Come, stop it. Bonk. Sounds kind of like from Dungeon Keeper. When I'm picking up some of the monsters, they make these sounds. That's what Kate said sounded like. Kind of. Dungeon Keeper. Dungeon Keeper is a game from the 90s. Or actually, there's two of them. For one part, the first one, the second one, and the third one, which we don't talk about because it's a mobile game that's just pay to win. There's a fan continuance of the game, I guess. You basically build a dungeon, and you can possess the monsters that you invited in your dungeon with different rooms and such, and actually play the monsters, but mostly you're just a big hand of evil that is fighting against humankind. It's a very cool game. Also, you can summon Horny, which is a demon with horns. You know, looks like the devil, basically. It's a very cool game. Can only what's the word? I forgot what's the word. What is the word? I can wholeheartedly recommend it. There, that's a word. Recommend it. It's a very fun game. But it is old, you know. Also, Easter egg, play past midnight on Saturdays. I think that was it. I think it was Saturday, past midnight. I accidentally triggered that once and thought, what the hell is going on? It's very cool. Where's Red Dome coming from?
ただいま。端末は見つかった？
まだだ。いろいろあってな。
捜索を再開しましょう。もたもたしてられませんわ。
そうだな。
Now that everyone is reunited, the search for the terminal can continue. Case Sith is dead set on finding it, but that leaves one empty spot in your party. More threats may be lurking within, so choose your comrades wisely. Wait, I have to use Case Sith? Are you kidding me? So it looks like one of those tabletop games. Kind of, but also not really. Wait, I'm gonna show you. There. Okay. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna break the thing, so I'm just gonna switch here. Stream Deck, not a Stream Deck. What am I? Steam. There. Okay. So, basically, this is your hand. Yeah. You can select these walls to be broken down by your little imps that run around and collect money and everything. These little shitheads. And you can possess them as well, and you can actually break down the walls yourself. This is Dungeon Keeper 2, by the way. Dungeon Keeper 1 looks a bit old, even older, you know? It's a lot of fun, though. You can also pick them up, and then they're just making these sounds. It's just cute. Really cute. And you build different rooms, like this is the treasury, and then you can also build a pit where they fight each other. Till death, they then get dragged to the graveyard and come back as vampires. Really cool. Also, you know, you've got the Iron Maiden, where these young ladies, where is it going? These young ladies are coming out of. The peak of sexiness, I guess, from 1998. I don't know when this was made. And you have different levels, basically. And you're fighting the humans, which is, you know, cool. Also, there's chickens. You can carry chickens and they get eaten. Which, you know, is a bit sad, but whatever. What was that sound again? And you've got these wheelies, no? So that is horny, by the way. This is just, yeah. Very cool. You get a really cool soundtrack and animation while that is going on. Love the game. If you want to, we can play that one time, sometime on stream, rather than if you want to play that. Or, you know, if you don't want to play it, rather. But it's a very fun game. I can only recommend it. Bullfrog Games have made really cool games, productions, sorry, before they got swallowed by EA and kind of died. And then they made Dungeon Keeper 3, which was a cash grab bullshit pay-to-win mobile app, which disappointed so badly. Holy crap. I don't even know if it still exists. It's so bad. Is it PC? It is PC only, as far as I know. I'm not a whatchamacallit? I'm not a console person. I only played PC, so I don't entirely know. Let me quickly check. Dungeon Keeper. No, they canceled the production for the PlayStation. It was released in 1999. I guess then the scene on Saturday evenings makes sense. For Game Together? Well, you can only play it with one... I mean, no, you can actually play it with other people. I think there is a LAN option, but I don't know how that works via Steam, you know? War for the Overworld would be the unofficial remake, which is also Windows, Mac, Linux. So also no other console thing. Dungeons 3. Dungeons 3 would be an official thingamabob. Mac OS, Microsoft, Windows, PlayStation and Xbox One. PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. So I guess Dungeons 3 would be a potential thing. I gotta get a PC then. You probably can kind of emulate it on a phone if you really want to. It's not a very you know, demanding game anymore. I'm excited. I'm currently making a new Mario level. First level in like 2 years. Woo-wee! Good stuff. Yeah, also Black and White. You know, if you like God games, being a hand that kind of picks up people and does crazy shit, definitely Black and White and Dungeon Keeper are my favorite games from back in the days, I think. It's really cool. I love it. Also, I need to switch people. I don't want Keith State in my freaking party. Let's switch to... How do I switch my party? Oh, there's a... I've got a new sword. How do I? How do I change my party? I forgot. Cannot currently change... What do you mean you can't change the party? Didn't it say I am supposed to switch out the characters that I want? Huh? So confused. I'm so confused. What? I don't get it. It literally told me it leaves me one spot left and I need to choose wisely. So why am I not allowed to? Rude, little cat. What is it with a sarcophagus?
Hmm? 看護系ですやろか。
Mm-hmm. There's somebody in there. Oh my god! I know him! What's his name? I forgot his name. Holy shit!
誰だあんたこそ何者だヴィンセント・バレンタイン私はここの警備員だ見ない顔だな何の用だ端末を借りたい
Why does Cloud look always so sad? Oh my god, I'm so excited.
カードキーを
Card key.
Oh. なるほど。端末の使用権限はあるようだ。
はあ、ほんな。
しかし困ったことにお前は紫ではない。紫はどうした？
確かにカードキーは別の人のもんですけど、急ぎで調べなあかん情報があるんですわ。敵に先を越されるわけにはいかんのです。
敵？お前の言う敵とは？
Hojo, Shinra, Sephiroth, Wutai. Oh dear. I mean, he's here for Sephiroth. I don't know. I mean, we could lie, but Yuffie won't lie like that. Shinra would probably set him off. Sephiroth is a good choice, I guess, maybe?
俺たちの敵はかつて英雄と呼ばれた男セフィロスだ。奴は星を滅ぼすほどの強大な力を手に入れようとしている。なるほど。
Yay! It worked.
どうやら私の罪がまた一つ増えたようだ。
Why can't you join us?
部屋のロックは解除しておいた。
No, Vincent, come with us!
あとはご自由に。紫課長。
行っていいってこと？
That was kind of cool, but also very weird. I don't know what I'm supposed to think about this. Yeah. Can we talk to him again? I am your father. Stop breathing, please. It's creepy. Thank you. Is he seriously just laying in there waiting for people to pop into the place? Turn back. Turn back. Turn back. I don't want to turn back. Okay, can I now switch my character? No. She? She the terminal? Cloud, my boy. That's just silly. The translation of that is really weird. Hey, Tifa. Nobody wants to talk to me. Oh, shit. Oh! Isn't this the room where I ran into thing where Sephiroth was reading the books? I don't know if it's a good thing that we're here, actually. S-tissue? S as in Sephiroth or S as in... I don't know. Was that Vincent who shot? Oh.
その部屋への立ち入りを許可した覚えはない。
ちょっとした手違いですわ。堪忍して。いや。にゃは。にゃ。
Shit. Sorry.
やめて。見逃して。にゃ。
話せ。
I'm sorry, Vincent.
道理はどちらにある？私か、お前か。
悪いが、いろいろあってイライラしている。
奇遇だな。私もだ。
People have annoyed me. Are you seriously? Are we seriously gonna fight him for fuck's sake? No! Shit! Oh shit! Is it turning into bear moth or what? What's like? What? I don't know. What is it? A damn freak! Fuck off! He's a monster. Why am I fucking? What is happening? I've got issues! How am I supposed to kill him? Oh my god. Am I even supposed to? That is the question. Am I supposed to manage this? Because this does not seem manageable. What? He threw a chair at me. He threw a freaking chair at me. Ayo! Don't die! Holy fuck, don't kill me. Why can't I use limit?
Woo-wee! Please don't kill me.
Vincent! Don't do it! Titan!
出番だ。作戦を変える。俺の気合い回復が必要か。まだだ。切るんだ。沈め。
Holy fuck!
ごめんやで。
おう、今回よし、そこだ。どんなもんよ。ぶち殺せ。いけんだろ。きついな。
やってやる。引き時か。
任せる。なんか来ますね。やったりますね。
Holy mother!
俺の見せ場だ。
Whoa! Shit! Stagger the bitch!
攻めるぞ。
Death! Woo! I hope he survives though, because that would be sad. Sorry.
ヴィンセント班、元タークスのヴィンセント・バレンタイン。
What?
端末で調べさせてもらいました。こんなところでくすぶっている理由、セフィロスと関係あるんとちゃいますか？
答える義理はない。
よかったら一緒に行きませんか？セフィロスの生死に関しては正直僕も半信半疑ですけど、この人たちについていけばなんやわかるかもしれません。
My guess is he doesn't want to come along.
このままでいいんですか？
出て行け。立ち去れ。
ほな、行
Wait, are you done?
長いは無用ですわ。
ぼーっとしてんな。
Space Cadet? Party selection. Well, that's locked. Great. That's also locked. Seriously? He's not gonna come back with us? I mean, come out. Goth awaits. Goth awaits? Pandemonium. Okay. I don't like this. Come with us.
そればっかかお前は。当たり前じゃん。大体さ。
Really? Him said.
Sa, いよいよ神殿だよ。何が何でも黒マテリアいただくからね。このままじゃ私のメンツ丸つぶれ。
お前のメンツなんて知るか。やんのかこら。
神殿どこなの？
なっとそれなんですが。
No.
まさかこの後に及んでわからねえとか言い出すんじゃ。
あ、いやいや、場所は分かったんですが、先にゴールドソーサーに寄ってもらえまへんか？
はあ？
Why?
神殿に入るためにはキーストーン中鍵が必要なんですが、かれこれ20年行方知れずらしいんですわ。ただ最後にあった場所が
ゴールドソーサーなのか。
Really? Really?
確率は半々です。でも他に手がかりがありません。
信じるぞ、ケットシ。
おおきにありがとうございます。
I don't trust the cat.
おきにおきに。
ま、しゃあねえ。支度ができたら出発だ。
I don't trust the cat. Can I now switch the cat out of the team? Is he still stuck? No. Cool. We're back to normal team. Yay. Okay. So... get off the place. Overstayed welcomes. Uh-oh. Wee. Good. Not good. That does not sound good. The long shadow of Shinra. Okay, so I guess next time we're gonna find the keystone or whatever. That's it for today. It's been a long one again. Oh, almost 9 hours. Look at that. Yeah, so let's see if somebody's streaming again. Oh, There you go. All right, let's. Oopsie, doopsie. I've got so many cookies here. A cookie jar. It's a box of cookies, not a cookie jar, but whatever. Teapot. I need my keyboard. Oh god. Okay. So, keyboard. Hello. Good. Cool. So, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Let's there. I hope to see you around. Take good care of yourself. We're raiding Nolano, who's playing Indivisible again. And yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna play Dark Urge, Baldur's Gate 3, Dark Urge playthrough with my brother again. Probably. It is a planned at least. I hope you have a lovely night, a good day thing. Take good care of yourself. Stay hydrated, stay well fed, and please take care of yourself because you are important. And I hope to see you around for more chatting and such. Yeah. So have a lovely day thing. Bye. And I hope. Oh my god. I'm so excited for Final Fantasy again. Sorry. Bye. Take care. Oof. Oh, news.